Alrighty. Does the little button on the YouTube thing say that I do indeed live after I hit it? Does it sound like I do? Let me check real quick. Yep, sounds like I'm alive to me. Hello, everybody. So, this is going to be a very, 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 very interesting little series for me to cover. And to be honest, I was going to just basically advertise this thing as basically this month's mystery slash surprise entry for random Let's Plays. But thinking about it, I guess I can't really count it now, can I? Because I haven't exactly been really doing the best, doing any kind of real job whatsoever, keeping my desire to check this thing out a secret. Number one, and number two, I'm not even. It's not even going to be a just a one-time off thing here. I'm going to try to at least get to a ending during my playthrough. So I mean, it's not. So however many parts this thing ends up taking me, which I'm hoping won't be too much, because you know it's a survival horror game and all that. I'll probably hopefully get done like what, maybe 2 or 3 parts max. But then again, thinking about now, earlier this year, I ended up thinking the same thing about Signalis, now didn't I? And that thing ended up taking me 3 whole streams to get through. So who knows what's going to end up being the case for this one. Ammonius, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Loud Plane 2. Well, if the gameplay trailers that I've seen about this thing leading up to its release are anything to go by, it's definitely going to be, in some ways, quite a bit louder than than the original game, because, well, combat is apparently going to be a much heavier focus this time around compared to the original game, where if you wanted to, outside of mandatory boss battles, you could technically avoid all combat encounters if you were smart in your play. But again, from what I'm seeing in gameplay, what I saw in gameplay footage leading up to this thing's release, that may not necessarily be the case. I fear. I guess it depends on how persistent enemies will end up being here once they spot me, and whether or not I can indeed just go into a room or a room or two away here and be able to shake them off. One way to find out, am I right? So, yeah, Silent Hill 2. For those of you who may have been around since my channel's early days, this is a game, the original one anyway, that is very near and dear to my heart. It's one of my old childhood games. Now I'm an OG Silent Hill fan, and I've been involved with the series since the very first game came out all the way back on the PlayStation 1. I ended up playing a demo of that game on a United States, I think it was called the official United States PlayStation magazine, if I remember right. It was a magazine for us here in the States that came with demo discs that contained demos of PlayStation 1 games way back in the day. And I want to say it was somewhere between disc 7 and 12 that included an actual playable demo of the first Silent Hill game. And that's how I ended up getting my first taste of that. Although one of those demos also had a cinematic trailer for that game as well, which was also strangely captivating for me. Choice in music and everything definitely did a lot here to help with that in my regard, because you know, Silent Hill was not only a new thing, but I and pretty much nobody else at that time was used to Akira Yamaoka's style of musical composition back then. So it was new across the board for a lot of things. Now, one thing I will also say is that, well, Silent Hill 1 was a game I technically should not have been playing back then, because I was still in elementary school back when that thing came out. I was born in 1992, for those of you who don't know. So, Silent Hill 1, if memory serves, came out in 1999, if I remember right. So, I would have been, 7 years old or something like that around the time this thing came out? Much like Cheryl in that game, now that I think about it. That's a very funny coincidence. But alas, I managed to get my first taste, my first exposure to the first Silent Hill game via said demo, and well, even though it scared the absolute ever-loving shit out of me, as a kid and gave me straight up nightmares for a little while. I was a glutton for punishment, and for some reason I couldn't stay away from this thing. But it would end up being a while before I could actually nab my hands on an actual copy for the PlayStation 1 to play on my own time from start to finish. And what I ended up doing later on as I grew up, as I ended up going into middle school, I think. Yeah, I think it was middle school. That my dad decided to get me a copy of Silent Hill 2 for the Xbox, even though I did play a little bit of the game on the PlayStation 2 via rentals and all that beforehand. And I ended up playing that game to completion, and well, it stuck with me. Everything about this game, everything about Silent Hill 2's story and its story, its themes, characters, it was all just masterfully done. Now, granted, I mean, some aspects of it, I will say, are a little bit on the flawed side, like difficulty balance between normal and hard mode is a bit off-key on a number of things. Endgame bosses are ridiculously tanky, a lot more than they should be. Even though I would say that hard mode enemies across the board in general are pretty much right where they should be if you want to have a decent level of challenge. But normal and difficulty when it came to combat and everything, I feel in a lot of ways, especially if you're doing repeat playthroughs and aren't used to these kind of games, feels a bit too forgiving. So, and then there is a couple segments from the original game, like the chase scene involving Pyramid Head and James and Maria. That is frustrating as absolute fuck to play on hard mode, because of how ludicrously easy it is for Maria to get killed when playing on hard mode. But yeah, if the original game had tweaked some of these little elements a little bit, it would basically just be a perfect game for me. But even gameplay balancing issues on the difficulty aside here for a few things like that, the original Silent Hill 2 is a 9 out of 10 game for me personally, and I've replayed it dozens of times ever since I first got my copy shortly after it came out. Then I went back to play Silent Hill 1 after getting myself a copy of that, and I ended up finishing that one. And then I ended up going to 3, and yeah. But if you count demos, technically I consider myself somebody who's been with the series ever since the very beginning. So, the whole series is something that is very near and dear to my heart, but Silent Hill 2 in particular was the first Silent Hill game I actually beat from start to finish, technically. And its story and messages ended up resonating with me quite a bit, even when I was a young teenager. And Conkle, welcome to the stream. What's up? Still busy? Sadly, yes. This week is no exception on that front here, so I decided to just go and rather than play Steins Gate today, I felt like maybe getting started on Silent Hill 2 would probably be a more interesting use of my time. So we're going to see how far I can get into this first part, because I am not expecting to get this done in one stream. No chance in hell. And one streamer summarized combat of a certain other game as small hit, small price, large hit, large price, larger hit, smaller price, but higher risk. Made me reappreciate game design for horror games. Well, I have no idea who said that, but that's certainly a very interesting way to put it. But yeah, in regards to the gameplay footage trailers I've seen of this thing leading up to its release, some aspects of the combat of Silent Hill 2 Remake kind of reminded me a little bit, if I was just going by appearances alone, of Silent Hill Homecoming, which, well, if you know anything about that game and the general reception that it has among the wider Silent Hill fan base, has a very mixed reputation, to put it very, very lightly. Mixed to negative, if I'm being completely honest. And the heavy emphasis of combat in that game ended up being one of the biggest criticisms that ended up receiving way back in the day when it came out during the Xbox 360 and PS3 days. That is another game I have replayed. I have replayed several times. I got all the endings and all that, but I mainly played that thing shortly after it came out, and then I haven't really touched it much since, because it's a bit of a slog to get through on repeat playthroughs. and it just gets worse the more that you replay it. Even if you end up mastering the combat and its mechanics, it just ended up becoming a chore for me to play after a while. Now, granted, it has been years since I played Homecoming, so maybe I might feel a bit differently now. Probably not, but maybe one of these days, if I just feel like torturing myself a little bit and I got nothing better to do, maybe I'll boot up that game and see how I feel about it nowadays. But my point is, just looking at the gameplay footage of combat segments I saw for Silent Hill 2 Remake, your combat should not be reminding me of Silent Hill Homecoming. Because combat is not really the point of these kind of games, of survival horror games, especially Silent Hill. The real gameplay loop is resource management. I mean, Resident Evil basically ended up creating the template for this type of gameplay style, and Silent Hill 2 ended up borrowing a lot of things from it, albeit in a much more simplified fashion. Because the real star of the show with Silent Hill 1 onward was its story and atmosphere. That's where the devs of those games decided to focus the bulk of their talent in. But my point is, these are the kind of games that you're not trying to be an action hero movie star in. You're basically an ordinary guy that's just struggling to survive. That's the whole appeal behind a lot of these survival horror games. Now, action horror games can exist. They're allowed to exist, and there are a few I do like. Resident Evil 4 is another top 5 favorite game of mine for a reason. The original game, not the remake. I haven't played that one yet. Also on my bucket list to check out at some point, Resident Evil 4 Remake. And then there's also the original Dead Space, which I have played a few years back. Took me a little while to get around to playing that one. That one was also pretty fun, and I would say is in a lot of ways pretty horrific, but there's no doubting that it's a very combat-focused game compared to something like classic Resident Evil or classic Silent Hill. Very different, very different. They're meant to evoke different types of tension in the player. Have you played Parasite Eve, by the way? Oh yeah, that is okay. I know that for a lot of people, when it comes to RPG horror games, most people tend to think of games made in RPG Maker and all that when people think of RPG horror games. Yeah. Or Wolf RPG, which in the case of the Crooked Man and those other games, but you know, little engines like that where you take actual RPG Maker game engines and then you just make horror games out of them. People tend to think of those when it comes to RPG horror games, but if you want to expand your scope outside of those engines, technically, Parasite Eve would be my top all time favorite RPG horror game. Because at the end of the day, it does have a horror story. It does have a bit of a horror story to it here. Even though I would say atmosphere wise, it doesn't really play like that the overwhelming majority of the time. But the actual gameplay of that game and everything was just really fun once you got into it. I spent a lot of time just customizing my armor pieces, my weapon pieces, and just messing around with what was it? The wrench mechanic, where you got these little wrenches where you can take attributes from certain weapons and then just trade them over to other pieces of equipment or weapons that you have, at the risk of getting rid of the equipment that you're taking those points from originally. So I had a lot of fun with the customization aspects of both the game and the gameplay itself. Once I ended up, in my opinion, mastering the basics of those mechanics. And well, as for the story itself, the actual script for the game, for the actual dialogue segments, leaves a lot to be desired. But I mean, I'm willing to forgive a lot of it because it's PlayStation 1 era jank and cheese. So there's going to be a lot. So it's I pretty much expect that a lot of games from that era are going to have some very interesting written dialogue / localization choices. But it's an acquired taste that once you do acquire it, it's really fun. Parasite Eve 2 definitely plays a lot more like the old classic survival horror classics of yore, like your Resident Evils and Silent Hills, but it actually still manages to incorporate enough of the RPG mechanics introduced from the first game in such a way to where it, strangely enough, at least for me, still manages to feel like it doesn't really clash with how Parasite Eve 2 plays all that much. But I will say that in spite of that, though, it's still a much more simplified version of the gameplay the gameplay mechanics from the first Parasite Eve game. So I didn't, and since I ended up enjoying Parasite Eve's general gameplay overall quite a bit, enough to replay that game several times and even go through the Chrysler Building extra dungeon once or twice, I did feel that overall Parasite Eve 2's overall gameplay was inferior to the first game because it was chasing after Resident Evil and Silent Hill's gameplay a bit too much. Still fun, Parasite Eve 2, but it's definitely far from my favorite horror game on that console by big stretch. That honor would go to the classic Resident Evil and the first Silent Hill. But I have been thinking about replaying Parasite Eve as well. I hate third person over the shoulder. Truly bad if the OG game was different. That is one thing. That is another thing that I will say I was critical. I'm probably still critical of Silent Hill 2 remake for incorporating an over the shoulder camera like what you'd see out of a lot of modern action games, Last of Us and all that stuff. Because even though you could control the original game's camera to some extent in certain locations and all that, it was still, for the most part, a fixed camera. And the advantage of fixed cameras is that you could control you can have a much more cinematic approach to how the player progresses through the game's world, with each little room that they go, or different angle of a room that they go into. There's a video from a YouTuber called Neryl that talks about camera angles for old horror games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill and all that. I think it's like a couple years old or whatever. And I feel that he does a really good job explaining the benefits of fixed camera systems for older horror games like the old Silent Hill games and especially Resident Evil. So I have no issue whatsoever with the fixed cameras of old. I grew up with these things, and I can appreciate the strengths that they have at delivering a cinematic experience throughout the gameplay without it feeling like how a lot of modern games try to do the whole cinematic approach, which I feel in a lot of ways leaves a lot to be desired. But that's its own separate discussion. Some are good. I'm giddy to play Fatal Frame. You mean the remake for Fatal Frame 2 that I hear is in the works right now? I think I saw a few screenshots of that flying around on the internet. I played a little bit of Fatal Frame 2. I rented it at one point, I think, but I never finished it. That is another thing that I think I should. That's another series I've been kind of wanting to just give another shot at. Especially the first game, because, well, I ended up playing the second one first, and like I said, I only played it once as part of a rental, so I didn't get very far into it. But Fatal Frame might be an interesting thing for me to check out, whether on the channel, on my own time, whichever. Espen, welcome to stream. Oh, Senran Kagura. Funny you should mention that. I'm actually in the middle of playing the very first game on the 3DS. I'm like chapter 4 into that story, I think. I don't know how many chapters of the first Senran Kagura game there are, but yeah, I am in the middle of that one. But I do have all the other games on Steam, which I can show you right here. Yeah, see, I got Senran Kagura Burst Renewal, which I have played about 20-ish minutes of actual gameplay of just to test to see how it would work. So it wouldn't be completely blind in that sense. And then I have Bon Appetit and Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars. I only got this one because it was on sale for like, what, $5 or something when I got it. I heard the fan service in this one is severely toned down compared to other Neptunia and Senran Kagura games, so I'm not expecting much in that department, but the gameplay might be fine, but who knows when I'll get to this one. Then we got Burst Renewal, Estival Versus, Peach Beach Splash, Reflections, and Shinobi Versus. But yeah, this is another series that I've, yes, you know, the very first game, the original version of the first game on 3DS aside, is another series I've been interested in checking out. The gameplay of the 3DS version of Senran Kagura Burst, I will say, leaves a lot to be desired, but I'm hoping that if I get around to doing a serious playthrough of Senran Kagura Burst Renewal at some point, the gameplay changes that they have for this thing will end up being refined to such an extent to where it'll be a much more fun experience for me to play, rather than just a repetitive slog. But everything else, though, I mean, I am enjoying it. Very busty ninjas. Can't complain. Funny I should say that. I see it in your library there. Yeah, I mentioned it because I saw it. Oh, Senran Kagura, damn cultured. There's also another game I have in my library from this creator of Senran Kagura called Valkyrie Drive, which also seems like it's up my alley. The only issue with this here is I'm a bit worried about my ability to play this thing in the future, because Windows 10 support is going to be coming to an end this month. So what I'm going to be doing on that is I'm going to be purchasing a couple licenses for my gaming PCs to try to get extended security updates for about a year. So that way, from now until sometime next year, I can save up. I can save up some money to at least get a replacement for my older tower, and then maybe replace that, because I don't want to deal with Windows 11 if I can help it. So I need to I need to save some money for some new hardware on my oldest tower to replace that with, and then do some research on what Linux distro I want to go to, so I don't have to deal with Microsoft's bullshit on Windows 11. And Bazite seems like a promising candidate. It's kind of similar to SteamOS in that regard, like what you would see with Big Picture Mode, or if you got a Steam Deck or anything that's got SteamOS on there. It'd be kind of similar to that, but it's also apparently very compatible with a lot of old PC games. Like, we're talking like from like 1990s and onward. So my hope is that Bazite would be very compatible with a lot of games in my library that don't have the best of support on Windows 10 or later, or if at all. Because here's the issue with the Senran Kagura games: is Shinobi Versus right here is apparently only compatible on Windows 7. Going by this, oh wait, no, it's the other one. Yeah, this one right here, Shinobi Versus, is compatible Windows 10. So maybe it would work on Windows 11 if I wanted to put up with that shit, which I don't. Okay, it's this one. Estival Versus. This one is only compatible with Windows 7 Plus, but whenever I tried to install this thing and do a test with it to make sure everything worked, I can't get the damn game to work properly for me. It just keeps crashing. And needless to say, I can't get it working on my Steam Deck either. So there's a couple of games that I have from Senran Kagura that have weird compatibility issues like that here. So I'm hoping that Proton for SteamOS and everything will be able to make fixes for these games at some point, so I can get around to play. So I can play them later on when I want to. Again, don't know when, but at least I'll have them available once they are. Maybe Bazite would be able to get them to work, unlike SteamOS. But my point is, I don't want to deal with Windows 11 because everything I know about Windows 11 is like Windows 10 on steroids, including all the bad parts. And I really do not want to deal with that. So if I gotta take some time in the future, sometime next year, to switch one or even both of my gaming PCs to some version of Linux here, where I'll be able to play most or even better all the stuff I want to play on with no compatibility issues whatsoever and just do everything that I already do on the channel without any problems, then so be it. But yeah, just Microsoft is just causing all kinds of problems for me on the computer side of things. I'm far from the only one on that department, but still, I hate that company with a burning passion, and I want it to die. I want it to get eaten by Valve. Who's your favorite? Who's my favorite? And what? Senran Kagura? If you're talking about the main heroes, because I haven't started playing the portion of the original game on 3DS where I'm playing as the villain characters. I haven't started playing with them yet, but I think I already got a favorite for the villains though. Shame I can't remember her name. It's the girl with the green hair and the reptilian eyes. I like her. But as for the heroes, I honestly, I don't know. Okay, you know what? Let me pull something up here. Kagura characters. Characters age. I saw that as a second search engine thing. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so I think maybe Asuka right here might be my favorite as far as the heroes go, going by what I've seen from the very first game so far. And here's the other one I mentioned from the opposing team, Hikage. I like her. Other than that, who's the other one? The one with the eye patch. Shit, I can barely make out who's who here. You know what? I give me just a second. I'm trying to see if I can find her. Not having the best of luck so far. Probably already skipped her a few times without even realizing it. But these thumbnails are really freaking tiny. And apparently I'm blind. Okay, let me try something else here. Okay, do we have any affiliations here on your page? That would make this so much easier. Faction, here we are. Yagyu, here we are. I like Yagyu. She's absolutely broken in the 3D in the 3DS version of the game I'm playing right now. I'm pretty sure I fixed stuff for that to work, but I see. Fixed what stuff? I wish I could still stay on Windows 7. Windows X preferably. Windows 7 for me was Microsoft's best OS, hands down. Although I can see why a lot of people like Windows XP, because I mean I ended up using that a fair amount bit when I was in school. Pretty simple, efficient. Everything just worked for the most part. I'm into the fave of the other future characters. But anyway, yeah, so like I said, when it comes time for me to have to switch the OSs around on my desktop towers, I'm praying that Bazite or whatever other gaming-oriented Linux distro I decide to go with here will end up allowing me to do everything I already do on Windows PCs without any issue. So that way I never have to deal with Microsoft ever again, because I do not like the direction that company is taking all of their stuff. And I don't mean just Windows either, but pretty much everything. And there's also the fact that I think that they're also engaging in some underhanded tactics involving lobbying and other things of that nature to try to get an upper hand on companies like Valve and all that. But that's a whole nother discussion of itself that kind of borders into conspiracy theory territory for a lot of people, depending on who you ask. And as it is, I feel like I've been going on a bit of unrelated tangents as it is, and I haven't even started playing the game proper yet. So, I'll stop yapping for at least a few minutes, and let's go ahead and get this show on the road, shall we? Oh, I just realized there was one last thing I wanted to check before we actually got started playing proper here. So let me just get out of this real fast. Although I do want to change something real quick here. Let's change this to full screen, at least for now. So apparently this thing has now been out for a full year at this point. Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's not a Neosekken without 70% of it being a tangent. Well, I haven't driven you guys away here, so clearly there must be something about my tangents here that you guys seem to like. So, I mean... yeah. So, yeah. This thing came out, and this game came out on the 7th of 2024. Happy first anniversary of Silent Hill 2. Here's to the amazing community. Silent Hill fans, it's now been a full year since the dense fog came in and engulfed everything in its way during the last year's spooky season. Gnappy and Blooberdeem crafted a world in which new and returning players could get lost in. Here's to the first anniversary of Silent Hill 2. Thank you for every piece of fan art, every instance of cosplay, and all the love and support. It truly means the world to us. Here's to an amazing community. Yours, Blooberdeem and Konami. So, one thing I'm hoping here is that the performance issues that this game apparently launched with have been patched out since the whole year that it came out. But I guess that's another thing we're going to find out the hard way soon enough, won't we? Unreal Engine. This game's on Unreal Engine 5 here, and well, based on a lot of games I've seen coming out this year that are running on Engine 5, it is definitely far from the best of engines to use because it's a very unoptimized mess. Which is why I still can't help but be a bit concerned as to how this thing's going to actually perform, despite being out for a whole year at this point, because there might only be so much that the devs could do to fix the performance issues this thing had at launch, and that could be because of the engine itself. Warning! This game contains content and themes of domestic violence, emotional abuse, sexual assault, suicide, mental illness, child abuse, and other mature themes. Yeah, like gorging on pizza. If you find yourself experiencing a negative Hey, I wasn't done yet! I will say, okay, so... I will say that little disclaimer and that little link to what was clearly a mental health thing here is really funny to me here because... Yeah, no shit, you're playing a horror game. Obviously there's going to be stuff in here that's going to be unsettling for the average person. It's kind of their thing, horror games. And Silent Hill 2 in particular has been known for the better part of 2+ decades at this point to have some really touchy subject matter for a lot of people. Okay, so before we get started, let me check my settings a little bit one last time. So, James's mask. What do you think, chat? Should I play with the pizza box pyramid head? Of course not. So, interface preset shows tutorials and tips during gameplay, interaction icons more toned down, ammo display dynamic, subtitle names on. Yeah, we go full original. A warning for the softer people. Okay, so I think I want to have the reticle visibility at a minimum, at a minimum level, at least for now, because this is far too immersion breaking. I'm not sure if I want to have the thing completely off, to be honest. Reticle thickness, let's have it thin for the same reason. Opacity. Okay, I think I can stay the same. Yeah, we'll have it. Yeah, let's keep it red so that way I can make it out easier, despite just shrinking it just now in order to create more immersion. Yeah, I'm gonna display dynamic. I want that off. I want that off as well. Maybe we could have that on, actually. At least for now. Splatter vignette, so we can keep that on. Interaction visibility, I want that off here, because in the original game, all James had to do was turn his head towards any item that the player could interact with, and then you just walk up to it, hit the action button, and there you go. So I want to see if they'll at least keep that little detail for the gameplay, because if they do, then all I really need to do, like I said, is just pay attention to where he's looking at any given time in order to find items. Traversal icon visibility, yeah, we're keeping that off. Quick time event visibility. Nah, we're keeping that off too. Okay, looks like that's it for gameplay. Let's keep the frames per second at 60. Alright, audio looks fine. Do I sound alright to you guys? You guys can hear me okay despite the gameplay audio? Because if not, just let me know and I'll try to adjust my mic settings as needed. Metal Wolf ZX, welcome to the stream. We're just now finally getting started on playing Silent Hill 2 Remake after I spent the first 10 minutes yapping about a bunch of unrelated topics. Mostly. Okay, this all looks fine to me. Although I could mess with the sensitivity of the aiming as needed. We'll have to see how it plays first. Language and text looks fine. Okay, let me have it on large. I'm going to have the subtitle size on big, so it'll be more legible for you guys if you're watching on mobile or something. Subtitle names I'll keep on. Subtitle colors is fine. I don't think we need a background for that. Okay, item notification visibility. Nah, I don't want that. Tips visibility. What's this? Okay, if it's just to... Oh, so... Yeah, okay. So I can pick up items and look at them. In that case, I think I will keep this on for now and see and just see how obnoxious this is. If it's obnoxious at all. I can even adjust the font on this thing. That's interesting. Okay, I'll leave that at medium. I'll keep tutorials on for at least a little bit, at least until I can get a handle on the basic gameplay. After which I'll turn them off. Okay. We'll leave this alone for now. Leave that alone. Loading screen hints. Nah, no. Ah, shit. I hope I didn't just end up accidentally resetting things. Okay, it looks like it's fine. Alright, that was a lot to go through, but I think we might be set now. New game! Default settings best represent the vision behind Silent Hill 2. So, everything that's standard or preset right here. See settings below for a more fine-grained control over the gameplay. You can find more options, including accessibility in the settings menu. So, Combat Challenge governs the difficulty of combat. Remember that this option can be adjusted later in the settings menu. So I can change it even after starting a game, if needed. So we got standard, light, and hard. Well, given this thing seems to have a much more heavier emphasis on combat, like I said, based on what I saw in gameplay trailers, I'm gonna keep it on standard, for at least for now. Just at least until I can get a proper feel for how difficult it actually is on standard difficulty. If I feel it's too easy, then maybe I'll change it to hard. Guess we'll see. Puzzles challenge. Okay, puzzle difficulty settings affect the content of the game and cannot be changed mid-playthrough. Okay, so I need to be more certain about what I want here. Let's keep this standard as well, because I'm curious to see what would constitute as classic puzzles standard puzzle challenge. As preset. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna keep it custom. Default 90s. Look at this damn gray filter they got on here for 90s. That does not look good. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it would look better if I was in actual gameplay, but let's keep that off. Okay, is that everything? Is there anything else you want me to check before I start? Or can we finally play now? Okay. Oh, that's neat. It actually uses the same loading screen. The footsteps from the original game. Look at those hair follicles. I want to check something. Can I pause during cutscenes? Yeah, perfect. Sweet. I want to give credit to the devs for one thing here. Pardon the interruption. Actually, wait. I'll wait till the scene finishes. Excuse me. I can wait. Because it was nice to see I can actually pause during cutscenes.
Could you really be in this town?
Trees look nice. No toilet POV. Damn. Yeah, you're right. What is that weird little effect around James's character model? You see that? It looks kind of fuzzy.
Dreams, I see that town.
Oh.
Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place.
About to get a whole lot more special soon
Could
enough.
Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay, that weird little fuzzy effect around his character model seems to have decreased a little bit. Must be a field of view. Okay, we're in gameplay. Interesting. Those are some tall-ass trees. Well, I'm off to work. Good luck at work, Espen. See you around. Okay, so... Mary's voice acting for voice actor. Oh, hey, what the... Okay, can you guys see this? Every time I turn James's head fast enough, there's this weird little shadowy kind of effect around it. It's very faint. I don't know if you guys can see it. Must be Unreal Engine 5 and how it handles volumetrics, if I have to guess, because I've seen similar effects happen in other Unreal Engine 5 games before. Makes it look kind of cheap, not gonna lie. But when everything is relatively still, though, I will say, again, the scenery looks nice. I see it, I think. Okay, so it's not just me. Also, one other thing I noticed here during the opening segment, this little thing, it says office space for rent. And yet it doesn't have a phone number or anything on there for contact information. How am I supposed to get an office in this town if I don't even know how to get in touch with you, man? Couldn't you at least given me a street address or something? Also, special care for our pets. Oh, look at that. It's a picture of a dog. I wonder if Eddie Boy had seen this picture coming in, this poster before coming into town. Alright, can I go into the bathroom? I want to see the bathroom. Huh. At least we got some light in here. I think it should have started the same way as the original game, where we're just standing right here in front of the mirror looking at ourselves, rather than just having a fully automatic cutscene that just plays all the way through. Because that was one of the things that was a big wow factor when I played the original Silent Hill 2 game way back in the day, right around the time it first came out, was the in-game cutscenes. At first, you could be forgiven for thinking that they might have been like CG cutscenes or something like that here, compared to that would look like something straight out of a PlayStation 1 game whenever CG game cutscenes for those games would end up playing. Like, think of the CG cutscenes for Silent Hill 1 and compare them to how they look with actual in-game engine footage from the original Silent Hill. It would kind of end up looking like that. So you're the new player here who's just standing right in front of this mirror, waiting for something to happen. But then 20 seconds go by and you're wondering, well, what's going on? And then you just hit a random button. Then James moves, and then it just dawns on you, holy shit! I'm actually in real gameplay. This is what the game in game actually looks like. It would be. I mean, you're not. I don't. Yeah, you're not gonna get that same wow factor. I feel with this. At least that's how I feel. But it would have been just a nice little callback to the original PS2 game if they just had you start out here in front of the mirror when you start actual gameplay, and then the second you walk out of the bathroom, the rest of that cutscene would play. That's how I would have done it, but who knows? Maybe a lot of people don't mind this change. It's not, and honestly, it's not a big deal. It's just a personal preference thing. Nothing I would really criticize this thing for. At least a lot of the graffiti around the bathroom looks the same. And I want to know who broke this toilet and how. Maybe somebody took a really, really nasty shit, and the force of whatever came out of their rear end ended up breaking the lid of the toilet clean in half. The bathroom is walkable inside, I think. It's the drawing of... Is the drawing of Lilith? Lilith in the corner? Wait, Lilith. Let me see. Okay, how do I run on this thing? Okay. Okay, so B button is dodge. Just figured that out. Okay, so left bumper is for running. Okay, got it. Lilith. Lilith in the corner. I see the Heaven's Night poster here, right by the door. One that shows Maria, I think. Anyway, Lilith. I think there's even new graffiti on these walls. Although I can't quite make what this one says here. So we got this little drawing right here. But, I don't know, is that Lilith? Doesn't look like a Lilith to me. Yeah, it's freaking dark in here. I can hardly see anything. All right. I think we've looked around the bathroom enough. I want to see what else we can find out here before we start trekking down the sideway path. Found the garbage. No turning back now. Try to leave Silent Hill in the observation deck area, excuse me. Well, there we go. About 5 minutes in, got my first achievement. Holy shit, man. He's slow compared to the PS2 version of himself. OG James runs like a damn track star compared to you. So, Paleville and Old Silent Hill. So these numbers seem accurate. Can I get some flavor text if I examine this? Any at all? No, apparently not. Okay, so right bumper, it allows me to do a 180 on the camera. I guess that'll be useful if I need to quickly check behind myself. Not as snappy as what I would see in Shattered Memories or even Downpour, though. But we don't talk about Downpour. Could I interact with this, maybe? Funny, I hit the dodge button, he just backs away here. But it looks like as though he saw something horrible through the binoculars that just... Alright. Map. We got a... Okay, yeah, so he... Okay, so James is looking at stuff in the environment. Okay, that's good. They kept that. Perfect. Map of South Vale. Well, check this out. We got a ranch that we can check out. I think I remember... Oh, press that to open the map. Okay. Good to know. Although, now that I think about it, I think I might have seen a couple clips of what looked like a ranch in pre-release footage before this thing came out. Now that I think about it. Can I see him behind the thing? You in there, wife? Wifey, honey? I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can see something in the back with a blanket over it. Okay, so maybe I should just go ahead and just put this little disclaimer here. You guys probably should not watch me play this thing unless you're already familiar with the original game, because I'm going to be talking about story spoilers for this thing, because I'm basically going to be comparing this thing a lot to the original source material. So if you don't want any spoilers for Silent Hill 2 in general, whether it's this version of the game or even the OG, if I were you, I would just stop watching. But if you don't mind or don't care, then, well, you've been warned. But, yeah, if that's what I think it is in the back seat there, I think Mary is definitely a lot closer than you think, James. But alas, we must leave the wife behind to go find her in the town somehow. Because in Silent Hill, it is possible for a person to be in two places at once. Because mysterious cult magic. Okay, maybe the fog will start picking up the further along I go in. Now, I'm tempted to walk throughout this whole thing, but I'm not going to. Because walking was what I did when I first played this particular section in the original game, because the fog was so ridiculously thick, you could barely see 7 feet in front of you. And I would hear things moving around in the woods all around me on the PS2 game that just scared the ever-loving shit out of me and made me anxious and made me want to proceed slowly. Because I did not want to run into something that would just pop out of the woods and go a boogly woogly woo in front of my face and cause my old little elementary school age self to have a premature heart attack. So I'm going to be a little brave and just go on my light little jog through the woods. Yep. I heard you, whatever you are. But now that I think about it, though, since I can see everything so clearly now compared to the original game. Up. See, case in point, I'm now hearing things. But yeah, as I was saying, I wonder if I should just run through everything, though, because since I can see much more clearly in this compared to the original PS2 game, I wonder if I could actually see something in the woods if I pay close enough attention. So I kind of want to take my time through here just so I can see if I can spot anything, but on the other hand, I have no idea how long it would take me to get through the forest if I did that. And I don't want to bore you guys if I can help it. So I guess I'll just kind of... Oh, wait, we're already at the well? Maybe this forest is a lot smaller in this version than I thought. Ah, look at that. I like that they kept James's reflection in the save menu for this. Although I think his face should encompass the screen more, but that's just a personal preference.
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
Yeah, if you're gonna grope me, could you grope me anywhere else besides my gray matter? Someplace that would actually make me, feel good. I would really appreciate that. I'm not even joking about that. So, the idea of someone fiddling around inside my skull legitimately gives me chills to think about. Which is why I can't really watch any horror movies or anything like that that involves somebody going into people's gray skulls to do whatever. One prominent example that comes to mind is, like, which was it? Saw 3? Saw 4? I never saw all those movies, but, oh, hello, cutscene. Oh my... Look what they did to your face, Sanji. Look what they did to you!
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away.
Hey, I just noticed something. On James's left hand, there's an on his ring finger. You can see an outline of where a wedding ring would be, but there's nothing there.
This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but...
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
I'm not sure how to feel about the voice acting so far, but we are early in the game, to be fair. Maybe I just need to hear more the further along I go in, but the delivery, the voices of the characters themselves, I don't necessarily have an issue with so far, I think, but it's the rather monotone and very serious delivery that I'm kind of iffy about so far. Because say what you will about the original voice acting in the PlayStation 2 original, there was a lot more vocal expression in how the voice actors expressed the characters as part of their performances, which, you know, it could result in a lot of weird little ham and cheese moments here and there. But whenever there were moments where that said voice acting really ends up shining through, it shines through. Like, think Mary's letter from the original game at the very end as pretty much the peak example of that kind of voice acting from the original game, where rather than sounding weird or off-putting in a way that just doesn't sound good to listen to, it was just... it was really peak at delivering the emotional highs of the scene that I was used in. Like, I don't know if I could really properly explain it. It's just one of those things where if you know, I feel like if you know, you know. Especially if you've played or at least seen footage from the original, enough footage from the original game. But yeah, everybody so far, James and Angela definitely sound rather serious in a way that is a little off-putting to me because I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it right now. But the bigger issue I have here, though, is what they've done with Angela's character model here, because her face looks far too chubby compared to the rest of her character model, which is a lot more noticeably slim in comparison. Like she looks like she has the face of somebody who I would expect to have at least maybe 20 or maybe 30 pounds more on her than what she actually has. So it's got this weird little uncanny valley kind of look to me. But this is also a common thing I also see in a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games, because apparently, based on I've heard about this a few times, character modeling in Unreal Engine 5, especially when it comes to female characters, is really, really bizarre and very uniform. And what I mean by that is it's apparently pretty difficult to get character models to look exactly how you want outside of default parameters, especially in the case of female characters. If you want to try to give them faces that actually look remarkably feminine compared to more masculine jawlines like what you would see with James here, for example. And in a lot of cases, a part of me thinks it's intentional, but other times based on what little I've heard from I've heard, it's also due to how Unreal Engine 5's is designed here in regards to character models, like I said. So my point is, I don't know if this is intentional or not, Angela's face looking this way compared to the rest of her character model, but it's very off-putting to me. She almost looks like Mulder cosplaying as Angela. And yes, I have seen that little meme image before, shortly after this game came out. So if you've seen it, then you know. Congratulations. It did make me laugh upon seeing it. But yeah, I've also remember seeing some concept art for the game too, before release as well, also on accident. And concept art Angela for this game also looks very different compared to how she looks here. Yeah, again, I don't know if this is intentional or not, is my point, is her face looking like that compared to the rest of her body. But I'm hoping it's just the engine and not a deliberate design choice. Unlike what I can say with Maria, which, sadly, I got to see through gameplay trailers leading up to the game, and, well, we'll get to Maria when we get to her. There's an episode in Kamen Rider Amon Z where the monster drinks the victim's brain through the ear, with the live victim twitching, and when it's pulled that way, it goops out. Good God! Yikes. One of the grossest things I've seen, I bet. Don't like her voice actor, not much. They've made James sound very awkward, which in retrospect I quite appreciate. He's really bad at socialization. Yeah, that's true. Even in the original game, he was bad in socialization here. Phone gonna die soon, said, yeah. Oh, do you have access to a charger? If not, then, well, I guess I'll see you again when I see you, Conkle. But yeah, in regards to James's awkwardness. Yeah, James was awkward in the original game for sure. Even with some of his deliveries with his lines and everything like that. But I think it's a different kind of awkwardness in the original game compared to what I'm seeing so far here, where this one here in this game feels a lot more reserved and quiet compared to the original James, who's a lot more vocal and expressive, and yet somehow manages to come off as awkward at times. It's a different type of awkwardness. So I guess maybe it's just a personal preference thing on my part, because I'm just so used to the original game and how it handled its lines. Which, you know, that might be making me a bit biased a bit, so take that in mind. But I guess Well, I guess we'll see if this voice actor can win me over. We'll see. I gotta say, the water looks pretty decent. Well, actually, never mind. You see the reflections of the trees in the water here? How pixely they kind of look? I was about to compliment the water and say it looks really nice. And then I saw the actual reflections in the water, and, well... yeah, again, I don't know if it's a volumetrics thing with Unreal Engine 5, like I said earlier, when it came to this weird little shadow. Okay, yeah, you can see it much more clearly here. The shadowy effect thing. Depending on how I move James and the camera around. Yeah, it must be another Unreal Engine rendering thing. Whatever this is. Can I talk with Angela? I almost forgot to do that. Can I pester you a little bit more, milady? Creep you out a little more? Can I say, hey?
Did you want anything else?
A gun!
No, it's just... this fog. Does it seem unsettling to you?
Okay, their mouths move.
It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time. Good luck finding the one you're looking for.
Yeah, I should probably get going.
Okay, she's not saying anything else, so I guess that's that. Oh, hey, it's the little, cathedral little building thing here in the graveyard. Can I go in? Oh, hey, there's someone here. All have sinned and fall short of God's glory. Did you have to carve that into the door, though? That's vandalism. How rude. And apparently, none of these headstones have anything written on them at all. They're all blank. Like what? You couldn't have just taken staff names from the staff members of the game and just put them on here as little Easter eggs? That blows. I had fun with some games when looking at the skylighting while standing next to a tree, because the engine suddenly tries to refract around it and creates square blocks of shadow. That's probably what. That must be what I'm seeing here with the water reflections to an extent. I mean, there's no sun to speak of, so we can't really use that, but it kind of has a similar looking effect when you look at it from the water, like right here. At least the fog is actually starting to properly thicken itself up now. So now I'm starting to feel a little claustrophobic. Kinda. Oh. Hey, I hear some classic SH2 music playing. But wait, this is from the observation deck. What's playing right now? Why play it here, though? Bit of a strange location to play it, I feel. Think I found the corn. Okay, I'm just approaching the ranch. All right. Yep. I heard that. You ain't gonna you ain't gonna get my booty. Not this time. Silent Hill Ranch. Well, I'll give Blooper Team credit for one thing. They had the decency to not use Comic Sans on this signpost, which is more than I can say for the team behind the Silent Hill HD collection. But then again, who am I to talk? I use Comic Sans all the time in my videos, especially for the recap segments. Really, though, I'm disappointed nobody's called me out on that yet. How disappointing. Oh. I guess I can't go in through there, huh? Can I, though? Can I actually go through this gate? Check out some of these buildings? No. Not, wait, there's one. Can I open this? Wait a bloody minute. Hey! I actually leave footprints in the ground. Another nice little attention to detail, but then again, I mean, footprints have been a thing in video games since the PS2 days, so I guess I can't really commend it too much. Okay, I guess I can't go and actually check out any of these buildings, so I guess we're gonna just go straight ahead. Oop. I see a little bit of pop-in for the foliage right there, off in the distance. Speaking of pop-in, I remember hearing that the entire game's world map is rendered all at once when you boot up the game. Like the entire town, from one corner to the next, everywhere that you can think of, all at once. And apparently, them doing that is another reason why this game, when it came out, apparently had performance issues for a lot of people that even had higher-end hardware. Is because they chose to render the entire game map all at once rather than doing it in segments, and using the fog to disguise the pop-ins, like how the original PS2 game did it way back in the day, in order to save on system resources. I mean, I don't really see the point in doing that, to be honest, considering, you know, it's Silent Hill and we're in a foggy town, so you don't really need to do that, I feel. Unless there's some kind of weird design choice behind it that I just don't understand. But, yeah, I don't know. Just seems like a bit of a foolish little mistake to do on a technical level when you don't really need to do that. But what do I know? Oh, I guess I can go in there. Auto parts. Okay, so I guess I need to find a key. I never had an issue with Comic Sans in general. I haven't really lived at the time it was criticized the most. You must be real young then. You're lucky. Because to be honest, even when I was alive during that time, and I still don't get the level of hate that it gets, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not the not the prettiest thing to look at, but it's legible, so I mean, it's pretty much all that matters at the end of the day, right? Is whether or not you can actually read the damn thing. Went to town to get the window fixed. Spare keys in the drawer. Alright, can we go in? Guess I gotta find a way to get in here.
Hello? Anyone in here?
Alright, who left the toilet paper in the windowsill? That's disgusting. This isn't where you're supposed to do your business, unless in a dire emergency, like a zombie apocalypse. And the toilets are not working. I do wonder, though. Where will I get the flashlight in this game? I wonder if they're going to keep it to where I have to find it in the Woodside Apartments, or if they're going to do somewhere different. Found the key. Auto service and tires. I'm rotating. I'm trying to rotate it, but it won't let me. Press back button to open inventory. Okay, a key found in the workshop best auto parts. Alright. Go. Got that open now. You might want to fix... Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You said you were going to go get the window fixed. Never mind. Look at me, expressing my short-term memory. Guess I can't go in here either. And I found where the defunct school buses are. You know, for a whole new for giving me the ability to actually go into the Silent Hill Ranch, I was expecting a lot more than just going to a tiny little building just to open up a door and then just go through the whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's nice for scenic route purposes if you want something pretty to look at, but... Oh. What did I just do? Okay, I have no idea what I just did, but I did something. And it made a little jingle. It looks to me like we're still heading towards Wilsty Road, though. Silent Hill. Found the river reservoir. Can I go through here? Ha! A difference from the original. I can actually go through the gate after going through it once. Oh, I can see the cornfields from here. Yeah, this walking segment to the town definitely does not have the same impact, I feel, as the original game does. And I think one of the reasons for that is the lack of pre-rendered camera angles, where the devs could control the cinematic presentation of what I'd be able to see on the whole trek through there. Problem with over a shoulder with stuff like this is if I have constant control of the camera, there's not really a whole lot you can really do as far as cinematic presentation during actual gameplay, number one. And number two, save for me hearing a few things on and off only a handful of times during the actual forest segments and the detour through the ranch, there's really nothing going on here that's really giving me any real tension. Oh, found an RV. Whereas in the original, though, the sound design, everything about the sound design, from the wind constantly blowing in the background, to different camera angles, how much thicker the fog was compared to this, and all the random little things I would hear, along with the music, all of it was combined in such a way to where I felt incredibly tense from the moment I left the observation deck until I actually arrived in the town. And even when I arrived in the town itself, the tension never dissipated, because shortly afterwards I'd start finding things that would raise the tension even more. It was a slow burn, but it was a damn effective one. It did a really fantastic job of making me feel isolated. Whereas this, though, not so much. Again, it feels more leisurely to me than anything. Oh, cutscene. Silent Hills Historical Society. Enjoy your stay. Okay, we got it. We got the map of the east side of Southvale. So let's see what's still. Okay, we got the Texan Cafe, Gonzales Restaurant. Neely's Bar is still right where it always was, along with Happy Burger. Yeah, the general layout looks the same from the original game. So I guess maybe in that sense, there might not be too much. There might not be too much different I have to look forward to, which is probably a good thing. Maybe. Okay, so that's how you change maps. The remake has a lot of Easter eggs. I believe the sound plays when they showcase some object from the original. Oh, that's what that was at that tunnel? Well, the only tunnel I can think of is just the tunnel that you go into when you encounter the first line figure of the game. You know, the first monster. But that's in a different part of the map. It's like it's supposed to be like all the way at Vox Road here, right? This little corner right here. So what? So if that's the same tunnel, then why put it all the way down at near the end of Westy Road? Strange change of location. Now, are there any items in some of these in this little corner around here or near the flower shop that I could take? Nothing. Okay, speaking of the flower shop. Okay, the table's gone. Open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Closed on state holidays. And look who just left the shopping carts here. Bunch of assholes. Oh! Oh! I can go in! Holy shit. I could never go in here before. What's in here? You know, considering how run down the town looks, I'm surprised I'm surprised that all the plants I'm seeing in here have any leaves on them to speak of. And don't all just look like a bunch of dead branches. Kind of gives you the impression that whatever happened here probably didn't happen quite that long ago. But given how run down everything looks, I'd be hard pressed to think that this place has been lived in for anywhere close to several years. Miss Cassandra, a customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off, looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just left, said he'd be back to pick him up later. I just wanted to let you know since I might be gone by then. Ordered a mixed bouquet, one red and one white. Oh, I can flip it. Okay, so back button allows me to pull up memos and maps and personal. Oh, hey. Photo of Mary. A photo from when she was still healthy. Yeah, she's got a prominent jaw in this too. What have they done to my poor wife? I hope you'll forgive me for wanting to take a peek at your backside, my love, but I mean, you are my wife. I married you for a reason. At least in the original game. But that jawline, though, I'm now kind of questioning that. Oh, wait. The letter. Right, I need to look at that, too. That's definitely Mary's handwriting. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm a loner now, in our special place, waiting for you. Okay, now we got that out of the way. Let's continue our search through the flower shop. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. I need to pay attention to where you're looking. Okay, what are you looking at? Anything at all? They wouldn't have allowed me to come in here unless there was something I could find, so I need to be thorough. Nope. Anything in here? Oh!
What is this?
Here we are. Oh, a blood trail. And before the plot twist happened because of the jawline. Yeah, exactly. Tell you one thing, if a jaw like that, she could probably crush a jawbreaker in half. Interesting that there's blood trail in here. So, unless I missed something, which might be possible, I'll do one last quick little check, just to make doubly sure. Just hitting the action button, see if I can get something to pop up. Okay, let me check something. Just for this, let me put the item thing on. Interaction visibility. Just to see. I want to make sure that I'm just not being stupid here. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so I guess not. All right. Nothing. Well, here we are. And look at that. The blood trail right where it should be.
More of that stuff.
Okay, so one difference from the original to this. Whatever the line figure, whoever rather the line figure was going after, apparently they had to go a further distance this time around from the flower shop to, I'm assuming, that little corner of that little corner that I looked at the map earlier, like I said. Before I go down there, I want to keep looking, see if I can find something. No items, so to speak. Nothing. Nothing. Oh. The little curtains actually have a little ripple effect going on now because of the wind. Which I guess I should expect since we're on a modern game engine nowadays, even with Unreal Engine 5's now infamous problems. Hmm? What? What you looking at? Was it that you hunt at? Gonzalez Mexican Restaurant. Nachos does sound nice right about now, not gonna lie. Okay, so that's blocked off. That's definitely, yeah, this is definitely different. Sanders Street being blocked off at this stage. Okay, so we got at least one big difference there in the town itself. So that means that we have to find new ways to navigate around the map. Which is probably for the best, so that way I can't just rely on all my knowledge from the original game to get me through. Anything around here I can grab? A health drink? Something? Holy shit. Oh, hello. I see you.
Hey, wait.
So, another thing. This street right here, Cat Street, the original is blocked off by police tape, which, after I meet the line figure, would be cut apart so I could go through. But now we got a whole wall of curtain there, too. So, yeah, so both Sanders Street and Cat Street are completely cut off. Definitely different from the original game. Which definitely tells me that I need to find a new way to get around the new ways to get around the map. But if that's different, then where's this guy gonna lead? Where's this guy gonna lead me then? Oh, hey, wait a minute. Is this? Well, holy shit! This is blocked off too. Guess we're not going to be meeting the line figure down this way. Yeah, they're definitely changing things around here for this opening segment.
What happened to this town?
A teenage girl got burned alive by her mommy dearest and forcibly impregnated by said mommy dearest using strange occult magic, and, well, one thing led to another. Psychic powers also came into play, and ever since then, this town has never been the same. You know how it is, just typical teenager stuff, family drama dynamics, that kind of thing. Okay, here we go. We found something. Ah, so whoever lives here grills with propane. I'm more of a charcoal guy myself, but propane's all right. Is there anything that... I'm surprised I haven't found any items so far. Healing or otherwise. Hope I'm not just missing them. I hear it. The real question is if the changes make sense narratively. Yeah, definitely. You're definitely right about that, for sure. Sounds like it uses some of the same monster sound effects from the original game, too. But I'm also hearing some new ones. Ooh!
Hello?
Okay, I'll give you credit. You got me there. Bastard. I would say pat yourself on the back, but, well, you can't really do that, now can you? Unless you can do it with your feet. If you got that kind of flexibility. Look at that. Look around, find objects marked by white cloth. Those are objects or traversals you can interact with. Okay, so the white cloth is basically this game's version of yellow paint, then, I assume. Well, at least it's not actual yellow paint this time. Which a lot of modern games seem to really like using, for some reason. Even in games where it doesn't really make sense to, I feel. In natural environments as well. Looking at you, FF7 Remake. I haven't played that one, but I have seen gameplay footage from it. Oh, shit! Okay, I guess we're not going back this way. Now, what was I... Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I have seen people talk about the yellow paint phenomenon in modern games before. One video from YouTuber Under the Mayo comes to mind as a most recent example of somebody talking about that in my mind. And he had gameplay footage from Final Fantasy VII Remake here that actually showed yellow paint being used for ledges on mountains and things of that nature out in the wilderness. And, you know, a whole bunch of other games that specifically use yellow paint in particular, rather than any other kind of signposting. Which, signposting is a natural part of game design, but it has to make sense within the setting itself here, and so it doesn't become immersion breaking. When you see a whole bunch of games from all kinds of different genres and developers all using the exact same type of signposting, yellow paint in this case, it really breaks immersion, and it just reminds me that I'm playing a modern game. Older devs used to be very, very good about disguising signposting, or at least in a way that doesn't feel immersion breaking, you know? But yeah, that's just my opinion. And hey, found our safe spot. Because yellow color grabs attention, especially people who have with scene difficulties or lack of gaming intuition. Yeah, I understand the logic behind it, I do. But again, it causes immersion problems here because it's used for all kinds of different games and environments where it doesn't really make sense. And it just reminds you that you're just playing a modern game. That's my issue with the yellow paint. In something like, say, Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake, you're in a city or a police station or what have you, where there's a bunch of caution tape and other things like that to help act as signposts to help guide the player. But those particular locations and that setting and everything makes sense because you're in police stations and city blocks and everything that are currently going through a crisis and things are falling apart all around you. So they were put up there by police officers and everything beforehand, before the events of those games proper and before everything properly went to hell in them, which you arrive right smack in the middle of. Same with yellow paint on emergency vehicles like fire trucks and things like that, also within those two games in particular, for much the same reason, because those also acted as versions of signposting for those games. But the point is, in game, it makes sense to use the yellow paint and everything. What are you looking at? He's looking at something. Ah! This must be... Yep, it's a health drink. Press Y to use a health drink. Okay, so it's just a quick action button. Gotcha. Because AAA demands mandatory accessibility. Immersion be damned. Yeah, you're right about that. Again, you must have seen some of these videos that that I just mentioned, like the one from Under the Mayo and all that, so you probably know. So I'm just basically preaching to the choir on this topic then. But yeah, credits to Blooper. At least they're not using actual yellow paint. But on the other hand, the fact that they had a little tutorial thing pop up here telling me that's exactly what the white cloth is for. It's for signposting. I feel like that just kind of undercuts the immersion a bit here. Just brings us back down to square zero, so to speak, you know? Because now I know for sure that's what it's for. Like the knowledge of what the white cloth is for didn't come to me intuitively before I had a chance to figure it out on my own, you know? No, they use it like, what, once or twice before this point, and then they just flat out tell you? Like, I don't know. It feels kind of dumb to just tell me this early on what it's for, or at all, even. It should just let me figure it out on my own. I don't see it. I only found the radio. Ah, there it is. Its skin looks more leathery. Alright, we're gonna
stay back.
Alright, so press Y to it. Oh shit! You get away from me! Alright, right trigger to attack. Okay. Oh shit! Woo! Oh man. You got a lot of fluids in you, don't you? Dear God, James, calm down. I know it was a life-threatening situation just now, but damn.
What was that thing?
And I think I already might be seeing the blood start to fade off this thing's corpse now. One other difference from the original. I can continue to mangle the corpse after it becomes a corpse. So I noticed that this. Okay, so first off, the cutscene choreography in this whole scene is definitely a dead ringer for the original version of this scene in the original game. The only difference is just the location. Even right up to having a wooden plank with nails that I can conveniently grab right next to me to use as a makeshift weapon. But because of how similar the actual cutscene choreography and events actually plays out, that just kind of begs the question in my mind, why change the location at all like this? If you're just going to basically have the actual meat of the cutscene play out exactly the same as the original anyway, even in spite of the difference of location. Why not just have it take place in that tunnel from the original game? I feel like they could have done a little bit more to distinguish this scene from the original if they were going to go so far as to change the location. But, I don't know. Again, that's another weird little thing, I feel. Anyway, the monster itself. So its skin has a more leathery kind of quality to it, it seems, compared to the original, where it's a lot shinier and a lot more fleshy looking. And I think that was kind of the point behind the original monster's design from the original game, is that it's in a straitjacket made out of its own flesh. But when I look at this thing, when I see the very obvious zippers around its body and everything, and how its skin looks, it looks more like something inside of a leather suit or something, rather than something that is literally in a straitjacket made out of its own flesh. So the visual design in that respect feels like a bit of a downgrade for me when it comes to the line figure. I mean, the essence of it, of what it is, and its design still mostly looks the same. I mean, it's still in a straight jacket thing. It has no arms it can use. It spews acid out of its chest. You know, the essence of the creature is still the same, but it's the little changes to its design that I guess I'm not much of a fan of. Is there anything else around here? Oh, look. A little crevasse. A little crack for me to go through. Oh my god, it's just like Homecoming when it comes to going through these cracks. The combat, what little I got to experience of it, and now this. You should not be reminding me of Silent Hill Homecoming, SH2 Remake. Ooh, what do we have here? A syringe! Hold wide you... Oh, so that's a healing item? Okay, restores vitality by relieving pain, highly... Okay, so I guess, what? Is this basically the equivalent of an ampule? I wonder if the first aid kits are still around. Nothing here. Can I open... Okay, you're looking at this. Can I open that? Yeah, okay, good. Okay. Press, to break glass. The glass breaking animation looks kind of cheap to me, because it looks like you got tiny little particles mixed in with what looks like a little haze that just lasts for about a second before fading out. Like the glass should look like as though there are much more obvious and larger fragments that are being broken apart when you break it like that, rather than just a little mist with a couple of fragments that just disappear in midair. I've seen games from the Xbox 360 days that handle window breaking effects much better than this. No comment? Yeah, James is definitely coming off as more quiet compared to his original version, because he had, even though he talked to himself, he would at least express his thoughts out loud so we know what's going through his head. Like with the radio in the original version, upon acquiring it, he would after trying to listen in on what the radio was saying to him, he would at least say to himself, I better take it with me anyway, I might need it. Yeah, he says that to himself, but it's also a way to communicate to the player that you should definitely use the radio in question. But here, though, he says nothing, so... If I were a new player...
Where are you, Mary?
Oh, there we go. We got something from him, at least. But... Okay, so I guess they just change it, but... Oh. Hey, I think I know this track. Right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the radio. Yeah, the radio in the first game and the second game is told through both window flavor text and dialogue shortly after acquiring it. That that's an item that is going to be important on your journey somehow. But I don't really feel like it had its purpose as an alarm to help you detect monsters, and their proximity to you is really communicated terribly well here, compared to the original game or even the first game. The whole scene just plays out, I killed a thing, and then, yeah. But then again, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much, because I'm assuming it's still going to function like how it always did in the rest of the series anyway, so the player will figure it out naturally that way. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, this is also a very minor nitpick that really doesn't matter all that much. Oh. Bar Neely's. Neely's Bar. Can I custom match book and press X to open map and check new information? Okay. I don't know. Is there something more I could do with this matchbook? Oh, here we are. Memos. Oh, so wait. So that's just a memo. Okay. That's why I can't interact with it. And speaking of memos, if you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Look, what? Look behind? Oh. You mean that literally, don't you, buddy? Oh shit! Where is it? Oh, there it is. Well, I see a save point right in this little closed-off area that my little armless friend was just so kind enough to open for me. So I'll just go ahead and save my game real fast. Anything else he's looking at? I wonder, can I break things with this? Oh, hey, I can. I can break car windows. There's even a little animation for it. I'm assuming that's going to be important for later. Alright, let's go chase after the line figure. Oh, wait. Can I open this? Nope. Does this pause the game or... No, it probably won't. I shouldn't assume it does. There it is. So we're going down... Let's go down this way, see if we can find something. Here's something. There's definitely something here. I can hear it. Oh. I see you! Oh, look at you. Thinking you can get the drop on me, eh? How cute. Yep. Too slow. Oi! Hold still. Get over here, man. Come on. I promise I only hurt a little. Oh. Gotcha. Well, that wasn't too bad. Oh, hey. I can go in here. In the cafe, whatever this is. Hello, shopkeeper. You got any espresso I can drink? I feel I'm gonna need a cup or two to get through this nightmare I'm in. Oh, what can I... Well, that was easy. Oh! Oh, shit. Dude! I was in the middle of something. Do you mind? Oh, dear. Oh, no, you don't. Ah! Shit! Ah! Oh, shit! Okay, so I guess, there's no hit stun with these guys? Okay, so I noticed one thing. Even while I'm pummeling the thing, it can still attack me. So I guess there is no true hit stun with these guys. Which means, if I'm getting a read on this right, I can't just afford to just stick around and keep wailing on an enemy, because sooner or later they're going to try to counterattack me. So, I should just make it a point to probably just get away from them before they have a chance to do that. Anyway, what did I just grab? Neely's Bar coin. A coin of Neely's Bar logo. Okay, so I take it there's probably a little puzzle or something I gotta do there, since this is definitely not something I ever had to worry about in the original game. There's really nothing in the original Neely's Bar other than a message or two you can potentially find. Second one being entirely optional. Alright, where's the door? Here's the door. Okay, so I guess now we got a check mark on the map that tells... Okay. I guess that's the check mark is probably the game's way of telling me that I've found everything that I could possibly find in a given area. So I guess that's definitely good to know. At least that way I don't have to backtrack. And there's good old Andy's bookstore. Which, of course, it still won't let me go into, even after all these years. I mean, the Andy's bookstore in particular is one little landmark I always keep running into, even as far back as the first game. And I'm gonna go in here. Wait, is it in here with me? Hope not. Ah! Oh, you motherfucker! Oh, where'd you come from? Yeah, okay. Definitely no hit stun. Definitely no hit stun. I should probably get away from the windows before its buddy sees me. Alright, there we are. Nothing in here to grab. Okay, so that's definitely one other difference I can make note of from Homecoming's gameplay, actually, because in that game, it uses over-the-shoulder, action-heavy combat, just like this game seems to, but you can actually create true hit stun with enemies if you land your combos right. Oh. Super strong, super cling, wash away the stains of yesterday. You're gonna need some really super strong detergent to wash away what this man did yesterday. Wink, wink. If you know, you know. And... is there anything in there? Guess not. yeah, as I was saying, it's possible in Homecoming's gameplay to create true hit stun, as long as you deliver full combos with your knife weapon, your pipe weapon, and other things like that. So it's possible for you to stun lock enemies if you're quick and proficient enough. But that doesn't seem to be the case here in this game. So that's definitely not a little thing I can exploit. Is there anything I can do with this? I mean, okay, I guess not. Okay, so I can just straight up break windows of shops and get in that way too. Should definitely make a note of that as well, in case I find any shops that have nothing obstructing the windows. Wait, can I go in here? No. Closed. Oh, oh shit. Don't mind me, I'm just passing through. Oh shit, it's coming this way. It's coming this way. And I don't think it saw me. And now there's another one right over there. Don't mind me. Okay, so Neely's bar is down this way. So let's go this way. Police car here. Van, rather. If there's anything in here that I could use, that'd be... oh, great. I think it's just minding its own business. So I'm just going to leave it alone. And... oh. It stopped. Why did it stop? Oh, okay. I see now. When the music starts, when the music starts playing, that's how it lets me know that a monster sees me. So I guess in that sense, it's also like the original game in that way. Nothing, huh? You know what? You know, seeing this number on the police van kind of makes me wish that I had Harry Mason's cell phone from Shattered Memories to play with, because that was a fun little thing that I liked doing in that game, was just calling all the random phone numbers I would find all around Silent Hill, and just seeing what would happen if I did. But then again, this game doesn't really take place back when smartphones were a thing, now did they? Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, having the healing button on the Y button might be a possible problem for me. Because I'm used to that button being the map button for the original Silent Hill 2. So muscle memory might screw me over a little bit. Oh, what do we have here? I've been happy. Six. There's a 6 on here. What's this? Well, I don't know what I just found, but clearly it must be... Go away, my friend. Oh, Neely's bar. Let's go in here. Up, there it is. There's the graffiti. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Now, I wonder, though, if I were to come back here later on, if I would find the second message that I could possibly find. Ooh, a jukebox. You know, I just thought of something. Another difference. A minor one. Did James ever mention that he did James mention that he wanted to go to the park on the lake before we started coming into town? Because I don't think he did, now that I think about it. Well, this is tragic. Wonder who did this. Probably a no-good, rotten bastard. Okay, so we got a puzzle here. Now, what's this? I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. I knew it! It was a no-good, rotten bastard! Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried he'd fix everything. I gathered up what I could, still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him? See if he's alright. He lives over at Saul by the pharmacy. Apartment 9. Alright, let me look at the map. So, Saul. Okay, so Saul Street Apartment. So I guess we gotta go there next. Interesting. At least we got another safe spot in here. Anything else? Yeah, I really pray I don't end up accidentally using too many healing items, because muscle memory from the original game screws me over every time I want to check at the map. Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break. I will return. Be Alright, I'm back. Okay, so Saul Street. We gotta check out this guy's apartment, and I guess we gotta find the record piece that he took. The guy who smashed the place up. So let's head over there. Some places having a sale up to 50% off. I like the sound of that. The dance company. Can I get some suede shoes for James to wear? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm cornered! He's got me in a very compromising position! I wonder, can I just run up to him and sneak attack him? Hello! Ah, shit! This was a fight, in retrospect, that I should not have started. Shame on me. Oh well. Oh hey, the burger shop. I hear something. Whatever it is, it's right there. So, I'm just gonna ignore it. Where is it? Okay, it's gone. Good. Hey. There's a lying figure right there. I think I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna spring to life and spray me in the face if I get too close, right? Unless I do this. Okay, I think it actually is dead. Hey, you can never be too careful. Just saying. You never know what kind of bullshit these things might try to pull on you if you're not paying attention. Oh hey, good health drink right there, just what the doctor ordered. What are you looking at? Feel the craving? You just can't help it. Go for it! Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. On the run? Grab something to go. Already beat you there. I just grabbed a drink. Although I would love it if you actually could grab actual food items like a burger or something in this. It would just be so stupid that I couldn't help but love it if they actually did that. You son of a bitch! I freaking knew you were gonna pull something! I freaking knew it! No, you don't. Oh, you motherfucker! Is there another one? Oh shit, there's another one! Oh, no you don't. That was bullshit. I hate you and everything, and then you came back to life anyway. And on top of that, you had a friend. Fuck you too. You were made for each other. May you suffer in misery and unholy matrimony. Fucking dicks. Now I have to use this damn drink that I just got because of you. Oh, there's at least another one in here I could use to supplement the one I just had to use. Oh, hey, I can crawl down here. Oh, look at that. We got another thing in... Well, it's not a drink, but it's a syringe, and, well, I guess I'll take that. Really, are there no first aid kits or anything? Oh, well. Okay, I guess we're not going out this way. Well, I found a drink, had to use it, but I got another needle, so I guess all is well. Sort of. Yeah, I'm not bothering with you. Unless there's somebody in the car. Oh shit. I'm gonna get you while you're on the ground. Fortunately, that one was a lot easier. Now, is there anything in here? Anything at all that Papa Sunderland can use? Actually, correction, Papa Sunderland is in South Ashfield. And clinging on to that umbilical cord he really likes. Thinking about it, I guess I can see where James gets his weird character traits from. I don't know why I did that, but let's keep going down to this guy's apartments. Now that I got that little detour out of the way. But yeah, I will say, though, I like that I can actually go into some of these shops now. Unlike in the original game. So I definitely appreciate that. It gives me a little bit more to explore. Solid auto truck repair. No parking, garage in constant use. I don't know if there's any way I'm going to be able to avoid this asshole. Yeah, okay, the map definitely doesn't pause the game. Okay, you just steer clear, pal. Oh. Well, look at that. We just stumbled right where we needed to go. But there's something in here with me, so... That was not another one of those... Oh, yeah! I was speaking of the pest. I was just gonna say, I hope it's not another one of those bug things, but look at that. That's a big old roach. Little shit weasel. You nipped at my ankles in the burger joint. Your friend did. Oh. Oh, look at that. We get to push things. Okay, I guess we're not going into the John. Well, who needs a toilet anyway? Not me, that's for sure. That bathroom visit that I just went to, I only went in there just to wash my hands. Who really needs to take a piss or anything? Pissing is for the weak. Apartment 5 left his key, says there is a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Apartment number 5. Okay. Guess there's nothing in there worth grabbing. Can I go in here? Nope. So a whole new apartment section, huh? I'm assuming this is going to be a small thing, though. This apartment. Ooh, we got a little shop in here. Oh boy, we got another needle. Guess we can't open that. Green Pharmacy. We got 1 Relevmid, 2 Burlomin, 3 Zalprenax, and 4 Mantalimd. Jesus Christ, look at these prices. Hey! 1992? Is that what that says on the date? The third number in the year is kind of scratched out. I can't tell if that's supposed to be an 8 or a 9. So, are these going to be important for like a puzzle in here or something? These numbers or something? Me too, James. Me too. Down here. Where is it? Above me. It's above me. I hear ya. Up, there it is. I'm on to you, boy. Yeah! Okay. I strike the wall about 2 to 3 feet above the thing, right here on the side. That thing is sitting right where the blood spatter is, and somehow I end up hitting it. How does that work? You a wizard, James? I should find some mods on Nexus Mods or something and see if I can find a wizard hat for you. So, apartment 5, that memo said. 7, 8. I like that he just makes little grunting noises here whenever I try a door that I can't open. I will say, I missed the flavor text of the original game upon examining half of everything that I see in the environment, and hey, they got a dartboard in here. Oh, this must be the guy. Well, you the one that broke everything in the bar and took the record? There's cigarette butts in there. That's disgusting. What the hell's wrong with this guy? So, oh, he's got books, but only just a basic television. Definitely not a gamer, this gentleman. Oop. I don't think I like the sound of that. There's something here, isn't there? Something dangerous. You'd be surprised. I'm already surprised. This asshole leaves cigarette butts in his toilet. Disgusting heathen. Oh. Looks like we're gonna be climbing. Well, I didn't see any sign of the record, so... Apartment number 5, guy, whoever you are, I take back what I said about you. Guess you're not a vandal after all. Can I knock this down? No. No, of course not. Have to go back the way I came the whole way through. Ooh, don't spook me like that. Okay. Who leaves a freaking beer bottle right around here out on the freaking rim of the roof? Throw your damn trash away. God damn. Oh, great. One thing after another. Oh, what do we have here? And then she came and washed it all away. It all started to make sense again. With what, that laundry detergent that we saw that ad for in that one store? It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Then we're going. Texan? But that's on the other side of the map. Oh, hey, wait a minute. There's another thing on here. Groovy music. Oh, yeah. That's what the note also said. Guess there's another place I gotta check out. Which I guess we can do after we get out of here. Hey, there was a record here, but I guess it's not the one that we need. I can break televisions! I wonder how much stuff I can actually break in the environment if I really wanted to. Probably not much. Going back to this. This music. This plays in the Woodside Apartments on the 3rd floor, right after you meet Laura for the first time. Why play that here? Oh, hey, a hole. Search. You okay, James? I mean, you seem really tense. It's not like we heard or saw anything weird in the hole. I mean, you don't have to be tense now, do you? At least the one you find in, yeah, you do this with in the original game makes sense. Ooh, God, what am I touching? Okay, seriously, and also, what's with the constant prompting of searches, where I just inch my hand in there bit by bit by bit, like, are you sure you want to stick your hand in there? Really? Are you very sure? Super duper sure? A war on glass? Yeah, that seems to be what we got going on here, a war on glass, because glass seems to be the only thing I can actually break. Anyway, what the hell is this? It looks like a 2? A jukebox button. Who sticks a jukebox button in a hole in a wall? Okay, so it goes into the next room. So... Wait, is the next room just filled with a bunch of weird, gooey, fleshy shit or something? Now, that could be frightening in and of itself. Well, I can make wood splinter, but can't break it outright. Ooh, found a hole. And a roof. Okay, I can go this way. Okay, so I can change mid-direction. So that's good, but yeah, I'm not done looking here yet. Let's keep looking. Oh, shit. Now that wasn't nice. Jump scaring me like that. At least you didn't make me fall to my death like you could potentially do in Silent Hill 3. I'll tell you one thing. First time that happened to me in that game, and I ended up finding out the hard way that yes, you can indeed fall off ledges to your death in that one game, it stuck with me. Okay, I guess there's nothing left for me to check up out here after all. So, down we go, I guess. Okay, so I guess we're done checking out the apartments here, so... all that effort just to find a jukebox button. But I mean, hey, clearly we needed that for the jukebox anyway, so... it was not a wasted trip. Okay, where is it? Just trying to peek out here, make sure I don't run into anything I don't want to run into. Okay, we're gonna have to go down this street now in order to get to groovy music. Let's try to make sure I can also avoid unnecessary confrontations. Because I don't have too much in the way of healing items. I should probably also save my game, though, real quick. Couldn't really hurt. And did I just see things, or did the world map around me flicker for a second before I came into the bar? Andy's tool shop. Okay, so I guess Andy sells more than books. That's interesting. Okay, are you one of the ones I killed earlier? I think so. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's the police car I broke earlier, alright. So yeah, it's the same monster. So I guess monsters don't respawn, then? If that's the case, then at the very least, that's a good thing, because all I would need to do then is just take care of monsters, if I just kill them, and I don't have to worry about them again. But it's still a risky endeavor, regardless, so... it's kind of a little decision I still have to make regardless. Nothing. Oh, there's another one down that way. Big J's. Can't go in that way. Oh, come on. You can squeeze through there, James. Don't be a wimp. I hear someone coming. Up, up. There we go. There we go. Now, what do we have here? That man was here again. I told... uh-oh. What's in here? Oh, hey, good. Health drink. Menu. American dishes. Open at all hours. Oh, 24/7 thing. That's cool. Now, please don't spot me and try to ruin my day now. You hear? Oh, fuck. Alright, I'm gonna take care of this guy now. Yep. Ooh, it has a... even has a steam effect. Oh, God. There we go. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't make too much noise, did it? I think we're in the clear. Alright, now that memo I was reading. Let me find it. Okay, here we are. That man was here again. I told him he'd been warned not to come here. He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. Anyway, he got up and left. He didn't make any sort of fuss, but there's something about him that gives me the creeps. I'm assuming this is the same man that we're investigating. When I look at his face, it's like I'm staring at a mask. And there's nothing underneath. And there's something underneath, waiting to get out. Maybe he's Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. I don't want to be there when that happens. Can I go out this way? No. Never mind. I'm gonna go this way instead. Ignore me. Don't mind me. I'm just a regular open... Oh, did you see that? That thing just spawned right in front of me. Popped out of thin air. Okay, so I guess enemies can respawn. Or spawn out of thin air. Like in this case. Now that is just... great. Great. Enemies on both sides. Guess I gotta just pick my poison. Wait, is there another one down here? Oh god, it's coming this way. Alright, come on. Let's just smash windows looking for passages and different... What? Windows. Windows. Ah! Oh, great. Take care of this guy. Where the hell did this guy come from? Whatever, he's going away, so... Hey, there's something in here. Handgun bullets. Alright, I'm definitely gonna need that for later, for sure. Okay, so... monster's gone, so... is there anything in here in these windows I can use? Nope. Here. I better not find any mirrors. Because I'm probably gonna end up smashing those too if I end up doing that. Just think of all the hundreds or even thousands of years of bad luck I could accumulate for James by the end of a playthrough. If I just find mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror and just break every single one. Yeah, fuck this. I'm not gonna deal with you. Or risk dealing with you. Oh, look at that. It's corrosive on the asphalt. It's nice little attention to detail. Okay, we're almost there. But I'm still looking for supplies. Where I can find it. Oh, there's something back here. A hidden little nook. Oh. It's a swarm! Well, then again, I guess if it's just two, you can't really count that as a swarm now, can you? But hey, thanks for the beverage. Oh, look at me, being dramatic. Okay, I guess all things considered, so far the combat really isn't that bad compared to what I'd see in Homecoming. don't know if that'll end up changing the further along in the game I go, but as long as it stays at something like this, then I'll be fine. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Wait a minute. So that's over here now? Rather than at Cat Street? Interesting. Okay, so it is... Okay, so I am meant to go through here at some point later on in the game, because this door also, in a very subtle way, plays a significant story role in regards to being part of the opening segment that leads me into the historical society, followed by the prison. Oh, we got wind chimes. Where is it? I hear. Oh. There you are. Oh, there's two of them. Ah, shit. Ha! Come on. Alright, here. Oh, God, that was close. James, what are you doing? Hit it! For some reason, he just wouldn't respond to my attack prompts half the time. James would just stand there. What the hell? I can't tell if it's because he was caught on... oh. I think I see what happened there. It was right around this spot. And there was an interactable object right here. Did the game get confused as to what I was trying to do? Attack or interact? If that's what happened there, then that would explain it. Still put me in a bad spot, though, so that's pretty annoying if that's what happened. Face the music, find the melody of your dreams, and kick up your heels. Oh. Now what's this? The janitor came in the other day, drunk and in tears. Well, save for the drunk part, I know that feeling. Had half a record with him, kept yelling that we gotta fix it somehow. Oh, so he works here as the janitor. I was willing to do it just to shut him up, so I got up to get the glue from the cabinet, but then realized he only had the one half, so we ran out. He realized. Can't do much about the record. Maybe ask around at Neely's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. I like how they just know that was from Neely's. That kind of tells me that this guy is kind of a regular problem customer in certain places of this town. So how's the lag on the game? No buffering issues for any of you guys who are tuning in, I hope? I have it on the lowest latency settings. Okay, I guess maybe I can come in through here. Pardon the intrusion, but I need something here. That's something! Okay, we got the other half of the record. And glue. Haven't noticed lags. Okay, good. Sweet. Combined items. Okay, so... Okay. They helped put together a broken single. Yeah, like James, right? He's broken and currently single. Well, looks fixed to me. Hopefully the glue residue won't cause any playback issues in the record player every time the needle scrapes over it. Which is probably going to happen if this were realistic, but something tells me it won't be any problem at all. Oh, we got something there. Two somethings. Oh. Alright. Ha! You can't get me! What's wrong? I'm right here! Hi there! Oh shit. It can go over ledges? Well, I stand corrected. Apparently these things are smart enough to just crawl over ledges. But it worked out for me, though, because that put it on the ground just long enough for me to get up on it and then just wail on it before it could get up. So... Destroy 50 windows! Well, I guess there's worse achievements in life I could get for myself. All things considered. Music can bring you back to those wonderful moments you thought lost. Oh. Okay. Okay, good. So we're done at the Saul Street apartments. We're done here. We're done at Texan. Guess there was nothing in Big J's worth marking down. Oops. Same with Happy Burger. Okay, let's go down to Neely's bar and see if this record will play now. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Enemies may not necessarily respawn, even though they can spawn, like what I just saw earlier. But enemies reviving after I pummel them to death, now that is genuinely annoying. Because now I can't be 100% sure that every single enemy I do take the time to down will stay down. Great. Hopefully that won't be a huge problem. Well, the achievement is encouraging me. I wonder if I could get something for breaking 100 windows. Or maybe even 1,000. Why not, right? Alright, you just mind your own business, and I will just go this way. Hey, the crosswalk lights aren't on. I don't know how many of you who are familiar with the original game know this, but these lights at the crosswalks are actually on in the town in the original game. And they do change from stop to go on their own over time. It's weird that that's a little well, then again, I guess it's a detail that could be easily missed if you're not paying attention. But here I was hoping that Blooper Team would notice something like that. Now that I thought about it, just now. Oh well, I guess. Guess we're just gonna be jaywalking regardless of what the lights say. So we want this site. Oh. Wait a minute. But there's a button I gotta put on here first, yeah? Oh, here we are. Put that there. Okay. Inventory. Okay, now part 2. We need the button right here. I'm assuming that's what we need for number 2. And we need the coin. Okay, the one I just put in was in C. So the needle ain't touching the record. Hey. It's a jingle that plays after Maria's death in the hospital.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there.
Oh.
Just the two of us staring at the water.
Uh-oh. Damn. Oh, hello. Neely's bar key. I see now. The reason why he didn't comment about the park on the lake at the observation deck is because they moved that to here. And this tune, I guess, reminded him of their time at the park. So now he has a reason to go there. After hearing the tune and remembering about it here, compared to just reminiscing about that one location right after we start the game. Okay, so that makes sense. I guess in that way, it makes him remembering the park on the lake and wanting to go there feel a bit less contrived than the original game, where it's just told that you have to go there right from the start, just because. So, props to Blooper Team for making our decision to go to the park feel a little bit more natural, I suppose. Golf clap. If I remember correctly, enemies get revived on certain triggers, like changing areas or interacting with objects. Oh, you mean in here? Well, I'll have to remember that then. Because that will likely mean that by the time I get to Woodside Apartments, I'll have to keep that in mind, so that way I don't end up being surprised in a very unpleasant way if enemies decide to revive themselves when I get there. Okay, what's in here? Okay, we got it. What is in here. What the? Well, I don't know how to feel about this one. It's got white cloth and yellow cloth on this thing. On one hand, there's yellow, but it's not 100% committed to it. Really don't know how to feel about this one. Feels like some kind of cardinal sin. Alright, I guess I just need to move it out so I can go in here. No? Nope. Not for that. Or for that. Okay, I can't go out this way, so what do I do with it? Oh, I see it. There's a little gap right there. I see it. I need to move this back then. Can I climb it? I didn't just use a healing item just now, did I? No, good. Okay, so why didn't the handles break the first time? Oh my god, it's the same animation from Resident Evil 2 Remake, even. How there's a little segment, a little gap in the meeting room in the police station for Resident Evil 2 Remake that you can climb through in order to get to the adjacent hall before you can unlock one of the doors. I swear this little that little cinematic just now was like a dead ringer for that. Yeah, they definitely have taken some inspiration from Resident Evil 2 Remake for some of this, I feel. Which I guess is obvious, thinking about it, because, I mean, the Resident Evil remakes have been money printers, apparently, for Capcom, so Konami just obviously looked at that and figured they want a slice of the pie for themselves. Which is why we got a remake not only for this game, but now we're also apparently going to be getting a remake for the first Silent Hill as well at some point. I got mixed feelings about that as well, but that's a whole nother discussion in of itself. He came back after you left. It's fine. He didn't try anything. He just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Maybe check if it's still there by the morning. It's the greenish-blue one, plate number ending with 06, I think. 06. Okay. So... Oh. Did you just mark something on your map? Greenish... Ah, okay. Guess we're going to go double back there, then. Where am I? Okay, here. Oh. Anything in here? Aha! Health drink. Yeah, I'm really glad I turned off all the HUD elements for this, because having a whole bunch of HUD elements just playing all over the place would have really just killed the immersion for me. Well, well, more than what the camera in of itself is already doing, but at least this actually, yeah. Hey, I see you. Somebody needs to call the exterminator. Ah! Not so fast. Little bastard was about to nip off my toes. Can't even break the windshields. Say this is blocked off. Think of all the... James, you're just hitting the rim. Hit the glass. There you go. You dummy. But, I guess on one hand, that definitely means that there definitely is some collision detection on the glass that's dependent on where the butt of his stick hits, so... Hopefully that... I guess... Well, I guess it won't be an issue. I mean, it's just windows. But, wait, shouldn't it be possible then for me to hit the windshield, though? Maybe with a gun? Once I get one? But then again, I probably shouldn't waste handgun bullets on windshields, now should I? That would be pretty dang stupid of me to do that. I'm not sure how useful the radio is. I feel like enemies are hard to miss. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there at this point, to be honest. I mean, the only enemies so far, I will admit that... Well, actually, no. Because I hear the bugs every time that they move. And the sound is good enough to where I can kind of pinpoint their location with my earbuds. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, to be honest, Monius. I mean, as long as you're just listening carefully and just paying close attention to your surroundings, I don't think you really need the radio. Wait, did I just miss the car? It's one that ends with 06, so let me check. Aha! So it's this one. Okay, I'm trying to interact with the thing, but... What's this memo want me to do exactly again? Let me look at it. There's something I gotta do with this thing, but what? Oh. Oh, oh shit. I think I should probably just get out of here. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna try to fight 3 of these things at once. With just a stick. Oh shit! It's stormy! Okay, what did I get? Woodside Apartments key. Okay, so we got the Woodside Apartments. Okay, an old-looking key. Attached to note says Woodside Apartments. Okay, so where's Woodside? Straight ahead. Yeah, we should get out of here. Lord, they're everywhere. Oh dear. Yeah, they're popping out. They're popping out like a swarm of roaches, for real this time. Oh, I should have checked this street before I should have checked this street before. Whatever. Too late now, I guess. See if I can maybe I can find an item real quick before I need to go inside. Hopefully. Oh dear. Alright. Item. Any items? Any items? Oh, hello. We got a memo. Yeah, I'll read that later. Of course, you came back to life. Where's the door? Where's the door? Okay, I guess that's the door. Put the map away, put the map away. Ah! Oh shit! Dude! It was right in the car! Son of a bitch nearly sprayed me through the damn windshield. Not the windshield, the side view mirror. Okay, I think that's all the items. So, let's get inside. You're a jerk. Here we go. Come on, come on. Nice and cozy. Reach Woodside Apartments. Well, that was tense. Not gonna lie. So, what did I pick up on the street? Barrier note. What are they? I shouldn't go through. I don't know why. I won't. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all. What, the monsters? Okay, so I guess there's storm segments that I might have to worry about now too. Kind of like from Downpour. Gotta get inside, take shelter from them. I'm real curious what exactly they're doing with all these changes. Anyway, let's look at... This is totally different. The layout is totally different in here. Oh dear. I definitely can't rely on my memory from the old game to get me through here. 3 floors. Okay, so we got 3 floors. But then again, we had 3 floors in the original game too. Okay, save spot. Perfect. Anything in here that I can use? A memo? A gun? A gun would be nice. I found 1 box of bullets out in town. Oh, hello. Hey, the coin puzzle. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes be. First sits the maiden underneath a tree. The tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes doth shine. They've changed the wording around a bit from the original, because this sounds like the puzzle, the version of this puzzle from the normal puzzle difficulty of the original game. We got 5 holes to work with, so that's the same. Okay, so this room will basically probably be our safe haven. Unless enemies can follow you into save areas, which would be a real bitch. Let's check the first floor, everything we can on the first floor, and work our way up. Locked. Okay, so he does mark locked doors upon interaction, so that's good. So all I gotta do is just walk up to them. I really also hope I find the flashlight soon, because it's kind of dark in here. I mean, I can still see where I'm going, but it's hard to make out any details. Oh. Speaking of bullets, just found some more. Hey, there's a shower. Wait, so this is just a public shower? Okay, so that leads out to the outside area. Or one of them, at least. Can't go that way. To hell. See, they kept this graffiti too, but they just moved it to location. I can see the pool through the window right here, but I don't see any monsters. But I'm willing to bet that as soon as I get out there, they'll probably spawn. Or help drink. Oh, that's right. I might run into Pyramid Head here. I wonder how they're going to handle his introduction.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I pray they don't botch this. I pray they don't botch it in any way. Because in the original game, for those of you who know, I mean, we literally walk up, we literally walk in on him after we run into him in the hallway once prior to said scene, getting all handsy with a couple of mannequins. Hopefully they don't tone that scene down in any way, because it's meant to be shocking for just that reason. Like, it's not explicitly Pyramid Head raping anything, but the way in which the scene is choreographed and everything else is meant to basically symbolically imply it. Point is, it's meant to... Hey, there's a flashlight. Where's the mannequin? Where's the mannequin? There's mannequins in here. Where's the monster? Okay, I think that's a plastic mannequin. Plastic mannequin. Damn it, I can't see. There's nothing sticking out to me. So... Alright. Oh, mother... Yeah! Hey! Turn the light back on! What the hell are you doing? Shit! Where? God damn it! Where's the damn flashlight button? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's right stick. Well, having the flashlight off definitely kind of screwed me over a little bit there. Conkle, welcome back. Back again. So busy. Oh, your day job? Well, hopefully, traffic with whatever job that you're dealing with here will slow down. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you on that front. But yeah, as you can see, we've just entered the Woodside Apartments, and already I'm having trouble. I accidentally turned off the flashlight, and I got myself pummeled a lot more by the mannequin than I should. Let's see, we got Mary's clothes here. Is there anything else in here? Okay, there's... Oh, good. Health drink. So, I got my light, but now I gotta be mindful of how I use said light, because I'm sure the enemies will be able to see the light. Okay, so 201. I can come in here at some point. Hopefully I'll be able to sneak past enemies in the dark. Okay, no, wait, those are windows, that's right. So, windows... Wait, there's someone else in there? I think I missed something in the room. Let me double check. What'd I miss? Okay, it's right here. Oh. Shoot. Okay, this is the shoot. This is the shoot key. All right, so they've kept the juice can puzzle, I assume, from the original game too. So we definitely need to keep our eyes out for a can of juice we can use. You never know. Try to open locked door 50 times. Oh, what? Hey, they know. It's a compulsory habit that every Silent Hill fan develops, especially when they play the older games. You just gotta check. Because you never know. Okay, this is locked. No way, there's no way they blocked off an entire floor. Heavy Viper... Heavy Viper... I don't know what this says. But it must be a fat snake, whatever it is. Bullets, at least. Okay, can't get in... There's gotta be... Okay, there's more than one stairway, so there's gotta be another way we can get into the third floor, other than out here. Just gotta find it. But I just got the shoot key, so... Maybe I gotta double back somewhere, look for something. Okay, let's go back to that office. Maybe the shoot's in there. Sweet. Have you got to the coin puzzle yet? Yep, I have, actually. I just found it just a few minutes ago. But I have yet to find any of the coins. Oh, shoot courtyard key. Okay. Well, at least I was right to come back down here. Guess we can break that open. Nope. Alright, we got another little thing that we can interact with here, so... It's very, very gamey, these boxes. Kind of takes me out of it a little bit. The worst thing, it's definitely not the worst immersion breaking thing I've come across in this game, but yeah. Love the new OST that plays around it. Oh, you mean the coin puzzle? Yeah, I will admit, from what I've heard of it, it actually sounds rather nice. But I imagine I'll get to hear the track in full several times over when I find all the coins, and then I gotta huddle around the thing and try to solve it. So I'll get to hear the whole thing soon enough. Alright, where is it? Here? No. I think it's in the bathroom. Or not. Where's this damn thing? Okay, so maybe it's outside the apartment? Okay, it's outside the apartment. Finally! A use for the a solid use for the radio. Okay, he's looking at something. Ah, there we go. Good. Okay, now what are you looking at? Nope, nothing there. What are you looking at here? Okay, so I can interact with cabinets on high places. Oh. Ah, here we are. Locane siblings murder. Oh, here we go. The Locane siblings. Perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a recent homicide case, was found dead, having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police statement, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss, resulting in severing his carotid artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locane. Even though Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurring out all sorts of strange stuff, like, "He's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me. The monster. The Red Devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me," he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. I am not eager to replay Silent Hill 4. For one simple reason. The second half of the game and the prolonged escort segment with Eileen. If not for that, and the fact that... what the... Yeah, okay, so I guess it's not in here. I think I might be fine. But yeah, if not for that, and what feels like a really lazy rehash of previous levels in the second half of that game. I would love Silent Hill 4 a lot more as a game. Higurashi flashback. Higurashi flashbacks. You mean from the letter we just read? I don't know. Was there anybody in Higurashi that killed themselves by sticking a spoon in their necks? Or maybe I'm just forgetting something. I guess it's also possible. I don't like this. It's really dark, so it's probably gonna have to. I'm gonna need to turn it on so I can see, but that'll mean it'll see me. Shit. Oh! Somebody just flashed. What was that? Ah, I see you! Okay, why'd you turn off the light? I didn't click the right stick. Crying out loud. All that built-up anxiety over a freaking bug. Why are you tensing up, James? Is there something in here? Oh shit! Yes, there is! Yes, there is! Yeah. Nimble little thing, isn't it? I was literally about to ask, do the mannequins in this version of the game retain their stealth abilities from the original? Where my static, my radio, or anything like that would not activate at all, even if I was right next to them, until it activated? And there you go! Great. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm more worried about the fact that they seem a hell of a lot more nimble than they used to be. Don't think there's anything else in here. Let me double check. Okay, got that there. Nothing. Yeah, just gotta remind myself to check every cabinet I find, because besides healing items, there's a good chance that there might be some key items in them too that I'm gonna need. God help me if I forget to check a cabinet that contains a key item, and then I spend like 30 minutes wandering every corner of the map trying to find said missing item in order to unlock a door or something. Okay, so we're out here now. Well, at least we can go through that way. But I need to check out elsewhere. Wait, there's an exclamation mark right here? What for? Oh, hello. I think I know what scene is about to play. Protect your hand, boy! It's gonna hurt in just a sec. What the? Dude! She just stomped on your hand!
Damn it.
She just stomped on your hand and not a yelp, not a yelp of pain or an ow or anything? For crying out loud, man! What are your hands made out of? He acted like it was barely an inconvenience, having his hand stomped on like that. Okay. Strange to, make his reaction to that so underwhelming, but... I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of genius story direction that's being taken with this that I'm just not understanding yet. Imagine him doing a Tom and Jerry scream. I mean, hey, that would have at least been unironically better than just nothing. At least he'd be screaming. Okay, so I guess I gotta go. I see now. I see, I think. I gotta go back the way I came. I think. Because, let's see, so... Yeah, unless there's something in this hallway that's blocking me, I should just be able to go over there and grab the key. Let's go check. Giga Chad Sunderland. I wish I had hands that durable. Alright, what was that? Okay, this way. Yeah, I don't think this was open before. Right. Nothing there. Nothing behind me. Oh, I'll check that out after I grab the key. Second floor hall. Okay, we'll definitely need that. We'll need to backtrack there in just a bit. First, to check these rooms. Okay, so thinking back, right before that mannequin jumped me, I noticed that James started audibly tensing, like he started whimpering. So maybe I can use that to help me figure out if there are any mannequins in the room before they get another jump on me. Insame Blumen. Opus A2.3, Robert Schunman. I am not familiar with this at all. I know it's sheet music for a piano piece, but I don't know the song. Okay, what's he looking at? What you looking at, man? Speak to me, James. Whisper to me your divine secrets. Nothing here. Well, clearly a little kid lived in here, going by the drawing on the wall. No toilets I can stick my hands in just yet, sadly. I can't wait to relive that infamous moment from the original game.
Huh. Quite the artist.
Wait, did Laura draw this, I wonder? There we go. Well, if the backpack is hers, I don't know why she left it. Oh, all right, what else are you looking at? Unless there is something else I can do with this piece, then I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move back to that other room I just passed. And then once oh. Oh, great. There's something in here. I'm gonna just check in here real quick before I have to deal with the inevitable. Can I close this? Oh, good. Perfect. Now he won't know I'm here. Maybe. Nothing here, nothing here. Anything? Anything, James? What about this paper? No? Can't break the TV from this odd angle. Oh, what do we have? Oh, hello. What a very interesting little door handle that we've just stumbled across. The golden apple, huh? I wonder what what Blooper Team meant by this. The symbolism, I mean. I wonder though. Could I just throw? If this. Uh-oh. Imagine if I could just take little items like the doorknob I just got, and I could just throw them at enemies as makeshift weapons. That would be funny. Hello. Oh dear. Gotcha. Got another one in here. Alright, where's your... There's his! Well, nice of you to open the door for me. To give me more goodies. How much handgun bullets do I have now? Only 12? Holy shit. They really lowered the ammo count for this, didn't they? Guess that means I gotta be very, very, very selective on when I decide to use my guns. Please deliver these to Mrs. Miley from 102. I'm really worried about her. She's been cooped up all alone with his belongings for days on end. She won't even move them, and God forbid anyone else touch anything. It's breaking my heart just thinking about it. Oh no. A mourning widow. That's sad. I never enjoy stories like that. I mean, who would, really? But my point is, it's just... Those stories always get to me. A widow just mourning the loss of a loved one to such an extent to where they don't even want to get rid of even personal belongings or anything. So, second floor hall, so we'll need to go upstairs now. Might as well go ahead and save real quick since I'm right here. Up this. Wait, was this open before? I don't think it was. I think I can see its outline. I can very faintly... Oh shit, there's two of them! Oh crap. Now, will you two be kind enough to turn around for me, so I can at least get a jump on you? Okay, now! Yeah! Now for you. Ah! Okay, maybe I should try a syringe now. Just jam it right on your arm, why don't you, man? Damn. Now, you may have the emotional output of a stick, like the one you're wielding now, Remake James, but I will say, when it comes to needles, you're definitely hardcore. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Up. Up. Here? No. Valentine. Hey, it's another one of these things. 4. I found 6, and I found the 6th one in town, and this is the 4th one. So what are these photos, I wonder? Hopefully nothing mandatory, whatever they are. Nothing else from the looks of it, so I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Casually breaks a TV. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's the game's fault for giving me achievements for breaking windows and stuff, so now I'm just gonna make it a point to just casually break whatever I can. Especially if there are any goodies behind whatever I'm breaking that I can use. You never know. Okay, so here. Alright, it's this door right here. Right here. The little notification sound it makes when, oh, wait. Did I already kill this? This isn't my handiwork. This isn't my handiwork at all. No, right. Ah, right. The little notification noise that the game makes whenever I unlock a door or something like that kind of reminds me of a similar noise I would hear in Shattered Memories anytime I find like a memento item or things like of that nature. But more subtle. I don't think it's necessarily the same little jingle, but it kind of reminds me of it for some reason. Speaking of all this talk of Shattered Memories, since Silent Hill 1 is going to be remade by Blooper Team in the next few years now, I kind of now want to sit down and replay Shattered Memories at some point. Because, you know, it's the one other time that the original game was remade. And while I understand that a lot of people, probably admittedly for good reason, question its status as a Silent Hill title, for what it is, I will say I do like it. I think I found the garbage chute. And look at that, a little coin. So we still need to look out for a can of juice that we can use to toss down there. Where would it be? There's something in here, isn't there? Yeah, it's out in the hall. Never mind. I thought it would be inside this apartment. Can of juice? Pack of drinks, I think it was. Well, it was actually a can of juice in the original Silent Hill 2, actually. It was at the end of that one hallway on that it was at the end of the rightmost hallway on the first floor in the original game that you would find it at. And then you would just take that to go and then go onto the second floor on the other half of the Woodside apartments that you go into, and then you would just toss it down there. But clearly, the layout of this version of the apartments is very different from the original game, so who knows where the hell the cans are. Oh, look, another little crack. Due to the ongoing renovation works, tenants are asked to keep out of the third floor of the building. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Damn, somebody's blaring their synthwave dark ambient somewhere. Really? Swear it was a pack of drinks. Last I remember. Well, it was a pack of drinks in the original game for sure. It was just cans of juice. Just stuck together in a little cardboard six-pack. But who knows? Maybe they changed it to like booze or something in this version. Nothing at all, huh? Oh, look at all these pot shots. Looks like I found where the gun is. But first, let me look around before I go look in the shopping cart. Holy shit, there's cigarette butts all over the freaking counter. No, not that. I want to look at my inventory. Okay, so 16. So, wait. So, it's 2 bullets per pickup? Three. Okay, it's 3. It's literally a third of what you would get in the original game, where it's normally 10 a pop. They're really low. They're really limiting your resources on the ammo, aren't they? Looks like. Yep. Thought it was a Beretta at first. Handgun. A light semi-automatic pistol. Holds 10 rounds per magazine. Not much stopping power, but easy to use. Okay, so X is for reloading, and I see my little cursor there. Oh, great. We got aim sway. Swell. America found. Hey. It's these little things right here that make our country great. One of the reasons. The other being all the burger joints we got. So reload brings the gun out. And okay, so left brings out gun, right brings out stick. Simple enough. Oh my god, did you see that? The stick transformed into a gun as soon as I heard the he heard the scream. I knew it. This version of James is a wizard. Anywho, I guess Mr. PH must be busy right now. Somewhere down this way, maybe. Oh. Well, I mean, there's no handlebar on this. I mean, couldn't I just stick the handle on the freaking doorknob there? Ah, here he is. Here's our screamer. And I found the room, the key for room 212. I think I see why they put a cloth on him. So, for those of you who may not know this, in the original game, this corpse that we're looking at right here is actually James. You can't see the originals. You can't see the face of the corpse in the original game because of the camera angles and things of that nature. But when you look at the corpse's character model and the in-game files and everything like that, along with examining the corpse's clothes, it's a dead ringer for James. Cause look, it has the same. This corpse has the same pants and shoes that he's wearing right now, right here. But I'm willing to bet you that the reason why the cloth is on here is because we have full control over the camera. So, the impact of finding this corpse and noticing, and you know, the obscure little camera angles and where we could make out the back of its head and other things like that, we are not able to make out those tiny little details of the corpse that would make us think in the back of our minds, hey, wait a minute. This guy looks a little familiar, but you're never able to actually confirm it because of the original camera direction in the game. So it'll put that uncanny feeling in the back of your mind that what you were looking at was very, very off for some reason that doesn't become apparent to you until either several playthroughs in, or until you discover that little secret through extraneous research. So yeah, they probably put the cloth on here because the camera control that we have in this version would probably completely would ruin it. The impact of finding this corpse and just getting rid of that uncanny feeling that it would instill within the original game. So that's kind of lame, not gonna lie, but I get why they did it. We wouldn't have this problem, though, if the game retained its original camera direction. But I'm not going to complain about that right now. And they removed the line for this. Yeah, I did notice that that James is definitely more quiet compared to his original version, too. There are several lines of dialogue that they took out as well, where he just seems surprisingly unresponsive to some of the stuff that he was responsive to in the original game. Can't exactly say I'm not too much of a fan on that either, but in the grand scheme of things, it's probably also just a minor nitpick. But maybe not, because at least it actually, you know what, thinking about it now, they're not really that minor, because those lines and the way he would deliver them would help sell in your mind that James was just an ordinary guy that was in a situation that was well outside of his means of being able to rationally tackle. You know, a supernatural town filled with monsters and all kinds of other strange horrors that become more readily apparent the more deeper down the rabbit hole he goes. James is meant all the way until you get to the twist at the end, or maybe the prison segment, when you might be starting to piece a few hints together that something's not quite right with James himself if you're observant enough. But if you don't manage to do that and you manage to get to the twist at the end of the game of, you know, him and Mary and everything and what he did, he was meant to come off as somebody who you would least expect having killed somebody. especially Mary, in spite of his social awkwardness and everything of that nature. But here, though, the more I notice these things, how quiet he is, comparatively speaking, and unresponsive. If anything, it kind of gives me the impression that there's something wrong with him, in the sense to, like, why is he so unresponsive towards X, Y, and Z? Especially compared to how he was in the original game, you know? Like, I don't know if that makes sense or not. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I need to check in here right now. So let's check what's in this room. Well, either way, I can't say so far I like how unresponsive he is to a lot of things that are going on around him. Do you think him being unresponsive is a narrative choice? It might be. I'm not sure where where Blooper Team is going to take this, because we already saw in the Neely's Bar segment that they added new story segments to the game. So I'm assuming there's going to be more for it down the road. More new story segments that weren't there in the original. So it may very well be on purpose. Them changing James's general demeanor compared to how he was portrayed in the original game. Whether it'll have a good, satisfying payoff, though, that's another question entirely, and we're way too early in the game, I feel, for us to really be able to even get a semblance of an idea as to what they're trying to go for. It's just way too soon to be able to figure that out, I feel. Okay, so there's two ways I can go here. Alright, so I can go down that way. What's this way, though? I want to see what's down here first. Apparently nothing. Well, like I said at the very beginning of this thing, and also within the video description of this stream, I'm apprehensive for a number of reasons about this remake and the possible creative choices that they may have taken with this thing. Uh-oh. I saw you! Where are you? Hi there, my friend! Ah, you motherfucker! Ah, you... Is it my imagination, or is there some kind of tube sticking out of its midsection? You see that? Oh, now that I think about it, I haven't actually had a chance to really look at this thing properly now, have I? Okay, so it looks more fleshy than the line figure does, so in that sense it more closely resembles its original counterpart from the PS2 game. But the tube I'm seeing sticking out of its midsection here, that's new. And honestly, a little bit more than a little unsettling. So, I guess... Oh, it's also got bandages on it too, I think. On its legs. Alright, what was I saying now? Before I got distracted by this thing. Something about the narrative. Something. Shit. What was I saying? Payoff. Okay. Well, okay, I think I get the general gist of where I was going with this. Yeah, so... Oh, yeah, right. My apprehensions, that's right. Yeah, I mean... As I explained in the video description of this stream here, I was closely following word of the development of this game before it released. Once I heard the initial announcement a few years back that this game was being remade, and the more I delved into it, the more nervous I became. Especially once I learned of sensitivity consultants like hit detection were involved in this thing, whose entire job is just to basically make certain content in games more appealing to a so-called modern audience in very, 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 very specific ways. I don't know how many of you are familiar with things like Sweet Baby Inc. and other similar agencies of that nature, but they're kind of like that, basically, in regards to what they do. So we're dealing with, so basically my thought process is we're dealing with a game that deals with very heavy subject matter that is not for the faint of heart. It hits hard. It's not meant to be pleasant for anybody playing it, let alone the characters that go through the actual things in the story proper. This is not a cuddly, feely kind of game by any stretch of the imagination, and it was never meant to be. It was designed to make you uncomfortable. And here you've got creative consultants getting involved in a remake of a game of that nature, whose express purpose is to moderate touchy, sensitive content. And that, to me, kind of defeats the purpose of, at least from an artistic standpoint, of making games like this nature, because if you gotta be mindful of upsetting your potential audience when dealing with a freaking horror game of all things, you're kind of missing the point of horror. There's no reason why I was hesitant to jump into this game back when it first came out, besides the fact that it costed $70 freaking for the base price, $80 if you're getting the deluxe edition, because I freaking refuse to pay those prices. Call me old-fashioned in that department, but I mean, I have yet to come across any game that is actually, oh shit, that is actually worth that kind of price. I have no idea how I managed to avoid getting hit there, but I'm not complaining. Now, right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, prices, yeah, so in addition of the high price that this game is still at, it hasn't really gone down in price officially. I mean, so the only way I was able to get a discount on it was to wait for a Steam sale for like 40% off. And that's when I decided to grab myself a copy about a month or two before I'm actually playing this. I also refuse to pay full price for this thing because if this game has been in some way, shape, or form artistically compromised because of consultancy companies of this nature getting their hands on it in some way, shape, or form, then I refuse to pay full price for something like that, because I refuse to pay for what I know will be a compromised product on an artistic level, if that makes any sense. Yeah, if I was going to spend any money on this, those were my two reasons. The initial price was outrageous, and I refused to give money to people that kind of, what the hell? I just killed you! Okay, that was bullshit. I walked away only 20 feet from you, and then you get back up. Oh, bastard. Well, to finish off my point, we're still early in the game. We're still in the Woodside Apartments section. We haven't even ran into Maria yet or anything like that. So, as far as I'm concerned, the amount of potential things they could have changed around for the story could very well be being saved for the later segments of the game. And when I get to those segments, and I see whatever they change, maybe I'll really hate it. If I do end up hating it, then well, oh shit! Yeah! Well, that was quite the melee of Troy. Not good for my supplies, but details. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know what else they could have possibly changed. What these consultancy firms could have potentially, possibly had the Bloober team toned down, if there was anything being toned down at all, that they could have had any kind of input on. But I'm still nervous because we're very early into the game, and there's still plenty more things. Which me, somebody who's replayed the original game dozens of times over and analyzed every nook and cranny of that thing that I could, there is bound to be some. I'm worried that there's going to be something somewhere down the road that I'm going to notice has been toned down, and when I find it, and if I understand its significance within the story itself, I'm not going to be happy. Like, I'll just go ahead and say this now, because I have no idea if we're going to run into Maria at some point during this stream. But I saw it in the gameplay footage trailers and cinematic trailers leading up to the release of this game, so I'm hard-pressed to call it a spoiler, even for this version of the game. I'm not a fan of how they changed Maria's outfit from the original game to basically what looks like something that somebody's grandma who's trying to, you know, not avoid in their mind feeling like they've hit the wall and are trying to look sexy would wear. Because Maria in the original game was basically, for all intents and purposes, meant to act as a succubus for James. She was meant to act as a distraction in his search for Mary, while also simultaneously being a more quote-unquote idealized, sexier version of his wife, who, you know, while she was ill and everything of her sickness, and was dying in the hospital, left James sexually frustrated, among other things. So you have this version of Mary walking around here who dresses in a more sexy way, dresses in more provocative clothing, acts in a more sultry manner compared to how Mary apparently did during life, and that was very intentional. That's what she was literally designed to be for James. And her outfit was a huge part of that, because it was meant to act as a visual little thing to catch James's eye, which you could even see in a few scenes, even from the original game, like when they're trying to go through Heaven's Night and Mary is trying to unlock the door for them to get through and then chase after Laura. James takes a peek at her butt while she's unlocking the door. Something that some of you may not have noticed, but he does do that. And well, that form-fitting skirt that Maria in the original game wore, it was meant to draw his eyes in that way. And once again, that was on purpose, even within the context of the story itself, because she isn't basically a succubus for James. So even down to how she looks, that's what Maria's purpose in the story is meant to serve as for James himself. And that's how she ends up playing her role as basically the antagonist for him, which becomes apparent the further along the game that you go, especially by the end. And yet, for some freaking reason, with the remake, they not only got rid of that iconic outfit, and, you know, did things to her face that also gave her a very noticeable square jaw, compared to the more feminine facial features that she used to have in the original game. The outfit that they changed, that they put her in, looks like something that somebody much older, like maybe in their 50s or even 60s, would wear, if they were trying to, at least in their minds, come off as sexy to somebody. And that kind of screws up the whole point in my mind as to what exactly Mary is supposed to visually, symbolically it It undermines her role. So yeah, I'm not happy about that change. When I first saw Maria in the gameplay footage trailers, in the cinematic trailers leading up to the release of this game, as soon as I saw how they changed her appearance from head to toe, I could already tell just from that alone, that there's got to be at least a few elements within the story itself that would be changed in a way that would end up severely downplaying the symbolism of the original game. And I'm praying that's all that he changed with this in the remake. I'm praying that's all that they changed, but I won't know until I get to the certain segments of the game itself. Now, will I? Anyway, that's my rant right there. But you can see why I'm apprehensive about this thing, in spite of the fact here that I will admit I can say there are some positive qualities about this remake so far that I am enjoying. I like the town segment leading up to the Woodside Apartments. It felt like a good expansion of it in a way that adds some interesting content, but doesn't really bloat it out too much. And then there's the whole scene in Neely's bar and how it reminded James of Rosewater Park, rather than just having us be told to go to Rosewater Park right smack from the start of the game. It just ends up feeling more natural in that respect. I can give props to this remake for that, for sure, on those fronts. But when it comes to the character designs with Angela, and especially Maria, I'm a mixed to negative. Oh, times and fashions change, boy. Deal with it, said Bloober. Well, that's the thing. That outfit that Maria wears in the original game was actually based on somebody else from that time period when the game came out. I forget her name, but it was an actual fashion model, I think. She would wear an outfit that was a dead ringer for what Maria in the original game would wear. You could find it on, like, Maria's character page on, like, the Silent Hill Wiki or something, I think. Okay. All right. We can go back down this way now. But yeah, if you're curious to know about that little bit of trivia, you can just look it up on her Silent Hill Wiki page right then and there you go. Okay. Now, what was I doing? Okay, so personal. I need. Okay, I need to look for a golden. I need to look for a door I can put this handlebar in. So, yeah, despite the criticisms and apprehensions I've laid out with this thing... Oh, hey. Look at that. Now, what's this? Oh, a little peephole. Look at all the graffiti in this room. Kind of reminds me of the graffiti room from Silent Hill 1. Down in Alchemilla Hospital. Yeah, that was a nice outfit. Yeah, it was. What am I looking at here? I see a safe in the next room. Okay, there's got to be a way to get in there. Now, right. Despite those criticisms and feelings of apprehensions, I was just spending the past several minutes going on and on and on about here. Like I said, I'm trying to give this remake a fair shot, despite that. I'm trying. But if I do find any issues with the symbolism and the storytelling or anything like that, I am not going to be quiet. I'm not just going to sit and be quiet about it. Because this is a game this is one of my top 5 favorite video games of all time. The original Silent Hill 2, and it's one I'm pretty protective of. So the last thing I want to see is it get mangled in some way, you know? And maybe that's a bit of a dramatic word to use, but I don't know what else to say other than that. Based on Christina Aguilera. I'm mispronouncing that name, but yeah, that's who she was. You think I'm cruel, but this prison of yours is your own. This prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over again. This time it's not going to be any different, and I'll be here watching. I wonder who wrote this. Okay, so I gotta get to the next room over there somehow. Alright. We want to go... There's got to be some way to get there. So the window from 205 is locked. The adjacent hallway here is also locked. Maybe I'm supposed to go down to the first floor now? Since I found this stairway? Stairs, where's the stairs? Here. Right here. Duh. Wait, did I thoroughly check around here? Apparently not. Dear Madam, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217, we had paid a visit to the tenant and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. Did you check the potholes? He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. You liars. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. You are liars. So I think the door is around here. Oh. Never mind, I thought that was the locked door that I just pushed open. You stay down. Is there anything else I haven't seen yet? 201. Wait a minute. Inventory. Let me check my personal stuff. So we got that. Equipment. Memo. Strange photos. Okay, so this is a separate thing. Interesting. Where have I not checked yet? Wasn't I just saying like 20 minutes ago how I was worried that if I wasn't thorough enough with my searching for items, I might find myself in a situation where there might be an important key item and stuck in some drawer somewhere that I have no idea where it is, and I'll have to probably spend like the next 10 or 20 minutes of the scouring every corner of the map trying to find it in order to be able to proceed with something. Because I have a feeling we might have already found ourselves in that situation. Or at least, it would be. But, I don't know. Should I? Should I do it? No. I don't know. I kind of don't want to cheat by using the icon thing. But on the other hand, again, I have no idea where it could possibly be, what I might have potentially missed. So maybe it would just be for the best, just for the areas I already explored, if nothing else. So that way, don't spend too much time looking around for everything. So, let's see. Oh.
These clothes.
I was trying to interact with these earlier, so why didn't it let me do that before? It's weird. Let's just check the first floor everywhere that I can again. And hopefully whatever I need is down here, so we don't have to spend too much time doing backtracking. Seriously, James is so freaking slow compared to how he used to be. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. The juice can. I need to try to find that too, don't I? What's this? Let me guess. This is where the old clock puzzle, scratch marks, and writing used to be from the original game. I'm assuming that's what that is, otherwise I have no idea. Key somewhere. There's gotta be something. Anything at all. Nothing. To me, like the first floor is going to be clear, so we now need to go up. Okay, so it's got to be on the second floor, whatever I'm trying to find. Because we can't get to the third floor. Wait, was I just on the second floor? What am I missing? What on earth am I missing here? here. Through here. Nothing. Huh? What was he looking at? Oh. Hey. Found a health drink. So it's here. It's this balcony. So we'll go here. Something around here that I missed. And there's this little stairway here, but this pathway's blocked. You know, what's your opinion on modeling original game characters' faces with celebs or whoever on the dev team? Not a big fan of it myself. I'm not a big fan of it either, to be honest. Deborah Wilson, for example, seems to be everywhere these days. She's just one prominent example that seems to come up a lot here. That just comes to the top of my head. And there is also, like, what? I think there's like one or two celebrities whose names I'm forgetting right now for some reason. Wait, what was that? Huh? Oh, for God's sake. You got my hopes up for nothing, you stupid piece of crap. Huh? What's this? Oh, wait, I was already here. Oh, the light, they glow in the dark. That's interesting. But how exactly does this help me? Doesn't look like there's anything written here that I can use. Oh. Oh my sweet Jesus! Are you shitting me? I'm an idiot! I could have moved this! Chat! I am retarded. I am genuinely retarded. I am so sorry. No, I don't want that. So, I just turned this damn thing on for nothing. Right where the rooftops pierced through the night, left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home? Oh, please pray tell. or a river of memories leading right to his hell. Anyway, to continue on my little opinion on the celebrities things and all that, one of the problems I have, I never thought of that either. Oh, you mean with this? But yeah, the problem I have with using celebrities from like Hollywood and all that here as models for your in-game characters and all that is, well, besides the fact that it ends up dating the game in a way, because you're using actual people from within a specific time and place in the real world as models for your in-game actors or characters or what have you, compared to if you just used completely original character designs, which could just have much longer staying power as a result, that could long transcend any human actor. Say the Hollywood actor in question that you decide to work with, later on down the road, something comes out about them that is very, very unwholesome, to put it lightly. Think of how that could potentially... Yeah. And no, I'm not talking about something stupid, like they said a naughty joke or something on social media like 20 years ago or something like that, or something retarded like that. I mean something like that is genuinely, indisputably awful. Like, I don't know, they were a serial killer that had severed heads stuffed in their fridges or something like that. Yeah. To say it would be incredibly awkward for me to have somebody's face in my game after learning they did something like that, like a few years down the road or something after I make said game, would be more than a little awkward. So we got a combination lock here, huh? Did I find a memo somewhere that could tell me what that thing is? No. Doesn't look like it. Where the rooftops pierce through the night, left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found a home? Oh, please pray tell, or river of memories leading right to his hell. My first thought is it could be referencing, I don't know, oh. Ew. Now that's disgusting. Wait. What if I can find the combination in this room? I guess it's reading the walls time. Yay. Well, hopefully it'll tell me the solution that I need. Otherwise, who knows where the hell the combination could be. Can't see anything that looks like it could be a combination for a safe. Oh, shit. was a piece of paper down on the first floor from a musical sheet. Okay, where's the crack that I came in through? Where is it? Wait a minute. Did this son of a bitch just lock me in here? What the fuck? Oh, great. I'm trapped. Shit. Okay, interesting. Oh, hey! Some of the graffiti. It lights up. It only shows up when I shine a light on it. So, 11. We got 11. And, okay, so... He's got these little lines above it that go up at an right upward angle, so... So I guess 11, I guess I'm supposed to go right with that one. Right. Up. Okay, 7. 7, 11. Oh, this tells me the order of the numbers. Okay, I get it now. Right where the rooftops pierce through the night, so 4. Left our homebound footprints of no owner's sight. But as he found home, oh, please pray tell, a river of memories lean right to his hell. So, okay, 7, 11. Okay, 7. Whoops. Son of a bitch. Messed that up. 7, 11. Okay, there's gotta be a third number in here I'm missing. Up! Here we are. There's a 13 right here. 7, 11. Okay, so wait. 13. Okay, 13, 7, 11. Okay, rooftops, so 13, 7, 11. 13, 7, 11. Okay, so 13, 7, 11. Aha! Got it! We got our first coin. The old man. And a sword? What the hell? That's... What did they change with the coin puzzle, I wonder? They changed something with the coin puzzle, didn't they? Besides the wording. Now I'm extra curious what is going to be waiting for me when I get around to that puzzle. But yeah, there we go. Finally figured it out. At least it didn't take me too long, thankfully. Up. I hear a clickety-clack. I hear ya. There we are. Oh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? 7-Eleven, my favorite store. I used to be a regular drinker of the Slurpees way back in the day. Mainly back during my school days. Then I stopped. I swear save wall 9 of them in total. On that door you exited out of before. I did? Wait, what? Hold on, I'll need to go back and check. Oh, good. Got that there. Anything else? Alright, so let me double back. So it's here. Square save room. I'm not seeing any squares. Can I open? Oh, hey, I can open this. Hell yeah. Finally get through there. Now, what's in this room? No, on that door. On the one I just exited through. Oh! Oh! Now that's an interesting little Easter egg. Yeah, okay, I see it. And yet it's the top one right here. And it's the topmost middle one here that has the peephole. Although that could just be a coincidence. Good eye, Conkle. I didn't even notice. Okay, so it's this one I can open. Okay. Well, looks like we just opened 2 shortcuts now. Now, what do I have in terms of... Ooh. Interesting. So, the left D-pad brings out my gun. Alright, now let me look at my key items. So, we got the 2... Okay, so... We only just have one of the coins. The large... Okay, coin, man, large coin. Imprinted with the face of a man. On the reverse side, there's an image of a sword. So, let's find the second floor stairway that we need to use this with. So, okay, it's got to be up north. So, this way. Oh. You know what? I kind of want to try this now. See how many... Okay, so on one hand, it gives you this game is giving you a lot less ammo to work with, but on the other hand, it only takes a few shots to kill the enemies if you, I'm assuming, place your shots well. Like I was trying to aim for its head and all that the whole time. So in a way, it kind of balances itself out. But even so, it doesn't mean I can't get careless with how often I fire that thing. Alright, there... Why did the thing just fizzle out of existence like that? That was weird. Hey, we got a save square. Go in here. Well, look at that. Methinks I will check out the first floor before I do anything else. Mainly save. Look at that. You can now go through here now, too. Definitely opening up all kinds of shortcuts now, which is good for me, because it means that I don't have to keep taking long ways back to get to X, Y, or Z point, waypoint. Did I just hear moaning? Gentlemen, I think we found the dog lover. Oh, dang. Is that it? Are those intestines in the fridge? What'd you do to this guy, Eddie? Did you disembowel him or something? Oh, it sounds to me like you're disemboweling yourself right now. And hey, pizza boxes. Maybe that's what's wrong with him right now. Maybe it's not this, like in the original game, but he ate too much pizza. How long do you think the stream will be? I am gonna cut it out by... I'm gonna say probably another 40-ish minutes or so.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He... Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town, there's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
I mean, hey, it was nice of him to actually offer to come with me. Because memory serves, isn't James the one that wasn't? Wait, did James actually in the original game offer? I feel like I should know this, considering that I've said at the beginning of the stream I've replayed the original game like dozens of times over my life. But no, actually, wait, no, James didn't offer in the original game for Eddie to come along with him. That's right. No, he just inquired about, what he was doing here. I mean, the conversation's more or less playing out exactly like what we're seeing it here, but hey, at least it was nice. At least it was definitely, it's definitely a difference that Eddie is actually offering to come along.
And, Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Yeesh. Well, they definitely made Eddie look more pudgy. But as far as his voice delivery goes, he actually sounds properly emotive, like how I would expect him to be, like in the original game. So I've got no criticisms as far as first impressions go with his voice delivery. Anyway. Anyway, well, I hope this answers your question, Conkle, as to whether or not this corpse looks like James, because, well, he's not going around barefoot, number one. And, the legs look a little different, as does the shirt. So, I think it's a different guy. I see something under here, but I can't quite tell what that is. Just gonna close this door while I take a quick look around. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep... Let's see how much more we can get done in about 30-ish minutes or so before we bring this to a close. Okay, so it's outside. Ooh, an old PC. Is there anything in here? Coin or something? Just want to be doubly sure, just in case. At least we got some ammo. Guess they replaced that with the pizza. Maybe. Well, actually, wait, no, that's right. The coin that is near Eddie is actually in the pool in the original game. The one of Angela is basically in the same apartment that we find her in the original. Oh, speaking of which... Oh, great. Now there's another one. Swell. You mother. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, this is gonna suck. Just gonna have to possibly rush it. Okay, down. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it! Alright, go, 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 go. Alright, let's go. Let's get out of here. My lord, they're spurting their juices all over the place. Sheesh. That was something. At least we got the snake coin. A large coin printed of a snake. The reverse depicts a flower. Oh, I could just take them out of my inventory and just examine them, huh? Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. There's, the third floor. We got it. Oh, shit. Are they still by the door? Not quite. Good. Let's just get out of here before they notice me again. Perfect. All right. Now up to the third floor, I assume. I will say, the Woodside Apartments feels bigger here than it does in the original game. Noticeably so. I don't know if it's just a layout or the actual amount of real estate available that makes the map quite literally bigger than the original. I'm not quite sure. There's someone down here. Oh shit. I'm on to you. Oh shit, they're both after me! Shit! Yeah! Off me! Unleg me, woman! Jesus. I want to say unhand me, but they don't have any hands. Just legs. And feet. And a tube. Wait. Okay, good. At least we got one little drink to replace that with. Even though I'd much rather it be a syringe. Okay, anything else in here? No. Doesn't look like it. Oh, got some bullets. Okay, was it just my imagination, or did that thing just teleport right in front of me? Did this thing actually just teleport? Just materialize out of thin air right in this corner? Did I actually see that, or am I just imagining it? I honestly can't tell. It happened so freaking fast. But that thing just spontaneously not combusted. It spontaneously teleported right there. Just to get up on me like that. That is bullshit. And I just saw it flash again. What is that? I know there is something here. I know. I can feel it. It all looks normal, but it's not. It's underneath. Pulsing, trying to get out. Is it trying to get out? Or should I get in? I have to uncover it, rip it to the surface. Rip your heart out. Didn't catch it. Maybe it was roaming silently. Yeah, again, I couldn't catch it either, because it just happened so fast. 1 second it looked like, 1 second there was nothing, and then it was there. I see you. Oh, come on. Another duo? Oh, screw this. Okay, this is just mean, man. Come on. Now that was a good hit. Bitches are eating through my supplies. Okay, until I get more healing items, I might need to start whipping the gun out a bit. Oh, no, you don't. Did that thing make a feminine? Did that thing make a feminine moan just now, or or am I just now hearing things on top of seeing things? Am I actually losing my mind? Possible. It is very possible. Oh, look, a syringe. Just what I needed. If I could have a couple more, that'd be even better. There's nothing else in here. Oh, health drink. Perfect. I gotta double back for that. Oh, what's this? I was wrong. No, I wasn't, but I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more. Something more blood close. I'm telling you, trying to do open heart surgery is not something that even most medically trained professionals would have the stomach for. It takes a really exceptional doctor to do that on oneself. And I have a feeling you... Hey, look at this! The juice! Bloody apple. 60 calories per can. Wait. Huh? Wait a minute, what the... Oh. Wait. Wait, I can just use it here? Okay, putting the item I need to solve the puzzle right in the same room. That's definitely one way to do things, I suppose. Not how I would have done it, personally, but it's an option. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Looked like it. Up. There. Almost missed that. Alrighty. Let's get down and grab that thing. The coin. Okay, so it would be either right by where the pool is or that other outdoor area. One or the other. So, okay, so it's here. It's here. Right in front of me. Oh, here we are. Warning, garbage chute out of order. Please do not use until problem is solved. Well, I just solved it, my friend. You can thank me never. Woman and a tombstone? Okay, so that's the 3 coins, so... That's pretty much what I need to do the coin puzzle now, yeah? Okay. Maybe let's see if we can solve the puzzle. Alright. Let me just kick my gray matter into gear and let's see if we can solve this thing. 3 bright coins in the 5 holes be. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. So I would assume woman goes here. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. Okay, and here comes the man, so sleek and so fine, in the pale moonlight. His eye. Okay, man from behind the woman self to blow. Beautiful flower alone has to grow. So the snake would go here, maybe. And here comes the man's in the pale moonlight. His eyes doth shine. So here. Okay, that can't be. Up. Oh, I don't even have to go through my inventory and do it like how I used to in the original. Oh, there we go. Hey! Hey, it changed! The man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. So, this? Away from the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower, away from the tree. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Where once a flower grew a flower, a venomous glee. So snake. Where once was a maiden, but a stone doth be. So tombstone. And over her grave the man doth remain. His blade never met the serpent's vile vein. But the beast who has its teeth in her flesh doth bore. He who has failed, she who is no more. Now onto you falls a grievous chore. Who carries blame for what fate has in store? Oh, so I'm supposed to put something up here, maybe? Okay, the beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore. He who failed, she is whom more. Now onto you falls a grievous chore. Who carries blame for what fate had in store? Is it like a multiple choice thing, or does it matter? Not. Yeah, a flash of light was strange. Okay, so you saw it too. It happened like twice, I think. The entire time I've been in the apartments. It was weird. Is that some kind of glitch? I would say the old man is the one responsible. Because he was the one that, you know, killed her, if I understand the tale correctly. So 201. Alright, so 201. Whoops. No, we want to go up here. Up the stairs. Okay, so it's right around the corner here. Room 201. Where is Pyramid Head? Would have thought I'd run into him by now that I think about it. Maybe he's in the third floor or something in another sector I've yet to explore. On the coin, and the coin OST was played. Really nice and slightly unsettling track. I'll tell you one thing, it makes for a surprisingly pleasant thing to listen to while you're trying to use your gray matter. Okay, so who puts a freaking cabinet in front of the doors here? The hell's up with that shit? I'll take that. Interesting. Pretty unassuming little... Can I break this? Okay, now that's definitely odd. It won't let me break this television. Very unusual. What did the developers mean by this? Can I open this, or apparently not? Like a sharp inhale for a millisecond. Did you hear a breath just a few seconds ago? Like a sharp inhale for a millisecond? Probably not. I don't think so. Maybe it's from James. He does breathe a bit. If you pay attention and listen to him. It could be from him. Now, what do we have here? Cloth? Ha! Fucking hell. Oh shit. Well, speak of the Red Devil, look who it is. The guy obscuring the view a little bit. Okay, so how'd you get behind me without me noticing? Along with your two friends? I think he knows we're in here. Well, holy shit. He reacts to gunshots in cutscene exactly how he does during gameplay, like he did in the original. Well, strangely perfect timing. considering I was just wondering aloud where he was, literally just a minute ago. So, first impressions. Well, I like the fact that when James tries to shoot him, he doesn't really react at all. Which, if you're someone who's played the original game even once, you would know that during the actual boss fight segments with Pyramid Head, your gunshots, unless you're like using a shotgun at close range or the hunting rifle, he wouldn't visibly react to the gunshots that you would shoot him with at all. It would just ping against his helmet. And considering all we really have right now is just a handgun, that to me makes sense. So here's the thing. In the original version of this cutscene, when James started opening fire on Pyramid Head reacted to the gunshots, and there was no metallic clanging against his head at all. So during that one opening cinematic from the original game, we were led to believe that the handgun could work against him, but from that point onward, when we got to the first boss fight against him in the Blue Creek apartments, I think they were called, we found out the hard way. Wait, during actual gameplay, James can't aim at anything other than his head because he's a dummy. So yeah, but my point is, I like that. At least for this scene, they actually made it consistent to how Pyramid Head would react to gunshots from at least the handgun, as in not react at all. Now, that's one positive I like, for sure. It makes him come off as more intimidating in a way. But I gotta take that positive point I give to this scene and reward with a negative point to cancel it out, because what was going on here in the kitchen between him and the mannequin and all that was definitely literally covered up a good bit compared to how it was shown in the original. But the thing with the original was it didn't focus on what was actually happening between Pyramid Head and the original for very long at all. It was literally split-second shots that you would get right before James hides himself in the closet, which isn't really enough time for you to properly process what it is that you're actually seeing. So for a split second, you see what you see in the original version of this scene between Pyramid Head and the mannequin. And your subconscious registers it as him doing something very untoward toward the mannequin, but you can't really tell for sure because you only have a split second, and you can't really make out any solid details during that time before he comes out of the little kitchen area in the apartment, dragging the mannequin right behind him as we're peeping through him through the closet blinders. Here, though, this little wall and this little curtain blocks our view, so we can't really see. We can't really tell for sure what's actually happening. All we know is that he's doing something to the thing's limbs, but whether he's chopping it up, stabbing into it with something, or what have you, you can't really tell. So I feel that the visceral shock of the scene from the original is lost because of this little change. So I have mixed feelings here, because on one hand, like I said, with the gunshot thing and Pyramid Head's reactions to it and the stare down that James and Pyramid had with each other here, I would say that everything about that, all the way up until he leaves, is something I think is an improvement from the original version of this cutscene from the PS2 game. But on the flip side, the beginning portion of it I felt was ruined because we couldn't really properly make out the visceral, horrific thing that Pyramid Head was doing to the mannequin in order to shock us, the players, even more. a very mixed bag remake of an iconic scene. It both has positives and negatives to it for me. Now, what do we have here? A cloth with a flower. A handkerchief. A stained handkerchief. It feels very familiar. Was it Mary's? So, yeah, that's basically my thoughts on this scene. But all things considered, that jump scare it got me with right at the very start when it threw the mannequin in here, that got me pretty good. So I'll give it a positive point for that, if nothing else. So I guess overall, I would say this cutscene leans more towards the positive than the negative in regards to how they handled it. But I still feel like the negative is worth mentioning. Is there... Wait, am I locked in? I think I'm locked in. What he has done, it's also missing the violent SA imagery at the start of the scene. Yeah, that was literally what I was just alluding to. The sexual assault imagery. Yeah, he isn't literally sexually assaulting the mannequins, but it's the symbolism behind it is what meant to sell you. And oh dear. Looks to me like I guess we're now going to the Blue Creek apartments now. Yeah, OSHA would have a field day with this. Building these two buildings right next to each other like that. But considering we're in Otherworld, enter the Otherworld for the... What? Oh, come on! You guys spoiled the fact that I've just entered the Underworld through the achievement? That is actually retarded. Like, whose brilliant idea was that? If anything... I should be left to be able to piece that together just by looking at the environment around me and noticing like, wait a minute, why is everything look so messed up? Especially the further along I go and I see all the messed up things start to accumulate, and then it just hits me, oh shit, am I in the Otherworld segment now? And there you go. And wait a minute. They made us into an Otherworld segment? That's a definite difference. And wait a minute. Is this a mirror of the apartment I was also just in? Because we got the cabinet right against the glass door and everything right here. Okay. Interesting. But this is the Otherworld, so this kind of thing happening definitely is very on point. But yeah, the achievement just telling me outright, hey buddy, you're in the Otherworld now. What a really stupid idea. You just ruined the surprise. The gradual surprise I could have had of figuring that out myself. That was genuinely a stupid decision on their part. 5 negative points to Gryffindor. So I don't have a map of this place, so I'm gonna have to just look around until either I find one or save room or whichever, but either way, I gotta head off soon. So as soon as I find... Oh, hey, look at that, a map. How convenient. Yep, we're in Blue Creek, for sure. Yeah, as soon as I find a safe spot, I'm gonna be bringing today's stream to a close, so... We're gonna be stopping very soon. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm not dealing with your sorry ass. Oh, shit! He's got some range. Oh! Okay, so I guess now these things just gush their fluids out right as they die. So I guess I gotta watch out for that now. I guess all things considered, if you want to look at it one way, dying while gushing is definitely probably a way a lot of people would want to go. So maybe I did this guy a favor. Maybe he had a really, really sad life. Was going through a nasty divorce or something like that, and I just did the guy a favor by just making him die gushing. And I got a breaking wall segment. Okay, so why couldn't I have broken any walls in the Woodside apartments prior to this? Because I'm pretty sure I saw my fair share of broken-looking walls that could have been broken. That could have given us entry to at least a few more spaces. Or at least certain spaces sooner. James, you're a dummy. But then again, that's kind of why everybody loves you. Hi! Oh, shit. Ooh, that was close. Yep, I made him die happy camper too. Yeah, okay, so all joking aside, so I definitely gotta get the hell away when I kill these things if I melee them to death. Otherwise, they're gonna suicide attack me. And that would not be fun at all. Nothing here. Oh, we got some bullets there. Nothing. Oh! You motherfucker! Yeah! Yeah! How you like 9mm home security, buddy? Jackass. Yeah, I got... You know what? I should just follow the maze corner strategy. You know how if you go through a maze, if you follow the right-hand rule, and you just keep tracing with your hand the right wall of a maze, and you just keep following said wall through each little nook and corner that you can come across, you'll eventually find your way out using that method. Maybe I should do that, or use a SWAT sweep method, like like what SWAT officers do if they're trying to clear a room, just to reduce the likelihood of those stupid freaking mannequins getting the jump on me. Now, granted, it's possible they're still going to get the jump on me a few times, even if I follow either strategy of just hugging the walls and just peeking over every little corner, but at least hey, there's cookies. There's otherworld cookies! Alright, now what was I saying? Right. But at least the likelihood of me getting jumped would be reduced if I just play it safe like that. And honestly, I really should. Oh, hello. Hey, it's the mobs. M. Holy shit, the mobs are immortal. I stomp on it and it lives. It doesn't flatten. But interesting that they moved the moth room to the Blue Creek apartments. How big is this place? 3 floors. Okay, it doesn't look that much bigger than what... No, it doesn't look bigger at all. What am I talking about? It doesn't look that much bigger than its original counterpart does, I think. but since this is an Otherworld segment, we could be here a while, depending on how Euclidean the architecture around here ends up being, and whatever moon logic puzzles it decides to throw at me. Hey, a save spot! That being said, though, now that I think about it, why turn the Blue Creek apartment segment in particular into an Otherworld segment? Because the whole thing behind the Otherworld segments in Silent Hill games is it's meant to take a level that you're currently exploring, or have already just gotten around to finish exploring, and then transforms it into something that is both familiar and unfamiliar all at once. It changes aspects of its layout, its puzzles, etc. So it gives you like a remixed version of that level that you just gone through to go through again, but it's different enough both in terms of aesthetics and the different puzzles that you have to solve, different rooms you have to explore, etc., etc. It's different enough to where it doesn't feel like you're rehashing the same exact map twice in a row. So while it also does double duty of trying to scare you, the player, because you're now in a much more twisted version of the map that you were just exploring, and you have no idea what to expect. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west, to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Wait, that's a clock. Oh, look at that. It's the clock. They moved the clock puzzle here too. Honey, I'm home, and just in time for me to leave, Espen. Interesting. And then here's the clock hands. But only Scott is written down here. Mildred is the longest name. So Mildred is in the middle, and Henry would be at the top. So I don't think they did a terribly great job hiding who's supposed to be who here. Oh, wow. Now that I think about it, in the original Silent Hill 2, you never get to go outside during the Otherworld segments, do you? So it's nighttime outside now. Okay, that's actually kind of neat. Oh wait, there's an H on that door. Wait, there's an H? Wait. H, M, Henry, Mildred. So I assume there's an S door around here somewhere too? Interesting. They've definitely got, well, it feels like a much different version of the clock puzzle. But anyway, to finish off my point, the Otherworld segment, like I said, is meant to act as like a remix of a level that you're currently going through, but in a way that thematically, in terms of the story and from a gameplay perspective, feels fresh and doesn't feel like as though you're just rehashing the same map immediately after finishing it, while also adding to the story from a narrative perspective too, and increasing the fear for the player. So, going to a whole new map that's already in the Otherworld segment doesn't really it doesn't really work here, I feel, because it, as far as I'm aware, again, if that achievement I got upon entering Blue Creek didn't tell me anything, me, a veteran of the series ever since the very first game, may have been inclined to think, wait, this might just be how this place looks in the remake, and I might not be in the Otherworld at all, necessarily. You know what I mean? At least Until I saw, you know, all the gradings and all the grading here, which is kind of a staple of what you would see out of Silent Hill. What the fuck is that? Okay, there's some mannequin-looking thingies over there, but I don't know if those are just objects or something else. Either way, they kind of creep me out a little. But yeah, now that I think about it, the other world in this area kind of looks like something I would expect to see out of Silent Hill 1. Or maybe even Silent Hill 3. With all the dirty browns and the rusted gratings and all that stuff. I don't know if it's just this area in particular, or if this is going to be a common design choice for the other worlds for James's segments. But his other world in the original game had a very distinctive look to it that separated its aesthetic from what we saw in the other world in Silent Hill 1 on the PlayStation 1, and even Silent Hill 3's other worlds too. But this looks like something I expect to see out of Silent Hill 1 or 3, like I said, rather than Silent Hill 2 with James. You also just entered this map too, so who knows, maybe it'll start to change in ways that will be closer to what I would expect as far as visual symbolism for James, but who knows. It's all good in games, but when you pass through the wall you trace in your head going right all the time, that's the horror. Yeah, you got a point there, Conkle. Alright, so sadly, it is getting a little late, and I gotta put a stop to things so I can get myself some dinner, and then do something else for the rest of the night. So, first thoughts about the game so far. Well, I will say so far, it's been mostly positive. But as I've said in a few rants and tangents I made here in the Woodside Apartments and all that, there are some things about this game I know I will encounter later on, and even a little bit of what I've seen already, that kind of have me raising my eyebrow, at best, and at worst, and stirring straight up negative feelings in me. But, so far, it's still been mostly positive. In regards to the gameplay, some aspects of the atmosphere. Although, in regards to the horror atmosphere, I do feel like it is a bit of a downgrade from what I've come to expect from the original game. And the lack of fixed camera angles and the sound design and all that being different in a number of areas might be playing a contributing factor to that, because I noticed that a lot of the music in some areas is actually surprisingly quiet compared to how it was in the original game. And some of the BGMs that were used during the town segments were also put in place in a few locations I thought was strange. So yeah, the atmosphere, I mean, it definitely is unsettling, but it's not quite as unsettling as I remember feeling playing Silent Hill for the very first time. But I will also say that I played my fair share of horror games growing up here, so maybe this might be just me being desensitized to some of this stuff to some extent. That could also be playing a factor. But I'm trying to compare the atmosphere of this game from what I've seen of it so far to its source material and seeing not what it is, but how it's trying to accomplish its horror through its setting, through its sound design, through all that stuff. I think if you're somebody who's not used to horror games, everything that Silent Hill 2 Remake has thrown at me so far could probably work for a newcomer to horror. But I'm just inclined to just say that the original game, with how tightly designed it was, probably did it better. Would probably do it better if you're a newcomer to horror. But again, I'm pretty biased towards the original game, and I've replayed that a number of times, and that was a game I played when I was a child. So take what I say there with a grain of salt if you must. Spoiler, it will. It will what? Disappoint me? Not quite sure what you mean there, Conkle. But yeah, continuing on, finishing off my thought. I think there's enough going on here so far with what I've seen to where I definitely want to continue playing this for sure. So at some point in a not too distant future, we're going to boot this game back up and we're going to continue going through the Blue Creek apartments, because after this, I got a lady in red that I got to meet up with, and I'm kind of scared how they're going to handle her throughout this game. Because that one little trailer that they released for the game, featuring probably the most iconic scene in the entire freaking original game, the segment between Maria and James behind the bars, they made her sound so freaking robotic. And the lighting was off too, so her eyes weren't cast in shadow. It just... Yeah, I should probably save that for when we get... Maybe I should save that, my little tangent on that, for when we get to that in this version of the game. But that is probably the one... That is the one scene prior to playing this game during the pre-release footage and trailers and stuff that I saw that left the biggest negative impact for me on this thing out of everything else, was just how they handled that one scene, that one iconic scene, the most iconic scene, I would argue, from the original game. Anyway, oh, the other world design. Oh, you mean it will have a similar aesthetic? Oh, I see. Well, in that case, yeah, that's a bit disappointing. But I guess as long as it at least sells a horrific atmosphere at the end of the day at some point, then I guess it's also a relatively minor nitpick in the grand scheme of things to criticize this thing for. But actually, no, wait, no, it wouldn't be. Because the other world segments are also closely tied to the characters themselves. Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3's other worlds are closely connected to Alessa and Heather and their psychological hang-ups. Same deal with the other worlds in Silent Hill 2 for the cast here. So, the other world looking like this doesn't really fit James all that much. Instead of looking cold, watered down, literally, and dilapidated. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just now remembering the otherworld segments from James's perspective in the original game, all the different maps I would go through, and how they actually look compared to this, and yeah, we might have a bit of a problem here. But I think I've rambled on enough. I'll just go ahead and finish your guys' comments before I bring this to a close. Got reminded about a video about Another Code, Recollection, a remake of a DS puzzle game that utilized hidden handheld features. Another Code. Is that the game that has the white-haired girl? Because I think that was a game that got remade for consoles recently, yeah? You can't replicate some DS gimmicks on Switch, so half of the puzzles were simply cut or replaced with cutscenes. Well, that sucks. Yeah, it's kind of like a 999, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors in that respect when it comes to the original DS version, and apparently from what I know about the console version, console remasters, is that the original version of 999 actually utilized the entire DS itself as part. It utilized the entire handheld itself at a couple segments in order to tell its story, especially in regards to one particularly noteworthy puzzle towards the very end of that game, which I won't spoil here. But it ends up being lost in translation on the console and PC on PC remastered ports, because you can't really utilize the dual screen the dual screen gimmick like how the original version of the game utilized it. Oh yeah, I just remember someone else as to why the dual screen gimmick worked for that game, which I can't say here because that's also heavily spoiler territory. But yeah, I see what you mean, I see what you mean, Ammonius. The Otherworld design, yeah, good stream. We will see though. I can't remember much of the game since, so I might be wrong. Yeah, that was one amazing. That one was amazing. The 999 twist. Yeah. Okay, so you know. Conkle knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you had a good time this stream, Conkle. I hope the same was true for everybody else who managed to tune in. Save for a couple points where I got stuck because of my own stupidity. I had a pretty fun time with this, all things considered. Again, I'm still very undecided overall, and it's probably too early for me to really formulate a solid opinion on anything about this game, but so far I would say it's mostly positive, like what I said. And I hope that at the end of this, at the end of my playthrough of this thing, I'll at least be able to say that much, that my experience with this thing will be mostly positive, despite the things I ranted about a couple times throughout the stream, and how I feel they negatively impact the thematic storytelling of the original game. But like I said, we'll get to those particular aspects of the story proper when we get to them, probably next time. So I wish you all a pleasant evening or day or whatever part of the world that you all happen to be in. It was very nice having all of you. I don't know what else I'll be able to put out for the remainder of this week, because I'm stuck working shift after shift all the way until Saturday, and even then I'm not sure what I got going on for Saturday either. Oh, actually, wait, that's right. I'm going hiking. That's right. So Saturday might not be on the table. So this week, as far as streams go, is probably already going to be done, sadly. So next week, I'll try to figure out what I want to try to do for next week as far as streams go. And then hopefully I can continue to squeeze more time working on that Lamination International video. I've been really bad about working on that. Anyway, you all have a pleasant day or evening. It was good seeing you, like I said, and I will see you all next time, likely next week, whenever I decide to stream something else. It'll probably be Steins Gate, will be the next thing I decide to stream. But I will definitely come back to Silent Hill 2 Remake soon, for sure. So have a good night, everybody. Take care.